I got a surprise. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to StudyMoon.com. I'm Joe Dumond. I am the part-time host here. As I'm traveling across the U.S., I have Stuart helping out and Randy helping out when I'm not here. And today, I'm going to be disappearing in about an hour's time. I'm going to go to a local assembly here and see how much trouble I can cause there before they kick me out. And that's Chris Cash's group here in Florida, Live Oak, Florida. He was gracious enough to meet me yesterday, and I was supposed to meet him on Thursday, but I ran out of gas. I just ran out of energy. I had to stop and rest. I was so tired. So Brother Kevin is putting me up here in his home, and we have Brother Kevin listening in and Rabbi Yaakov, who is also listening in. And they got to listen to the opening prayers and songs and hear y'all. And I got a surprise. He's going to play a song for you here on his guitar. Rabbi Yaakov is for us. And but before we start, Ryan is going to open us with prayer. I always get going and I forget this part. So Ryan, before I get going, would you open with prayer, please?
Of course. First of all, Shabbat Shalom, everyone, and praise the Most High. Here we go. Let's bow our heads. Father God, creator of the heavens and the earth, Yehovah, we thank you for this day of coming together, Lord. We thank you for the creation of this technology to even be all in different parts of the world to come together as a family, Father. We ask for your covering upon us, Father. Watch over us and keep us in your will. Do with us as you want, Father. You are the potter and we are your clay. Mold us into who you want us to be. Radiate your light upon us so that we may shine it unto others, Father. Have us to open our ears to your truths, Lord, and to just midrash together with one another in love and fellowship. Father, we thank you for all you do for us, for everything that you provide for us. And we understand that there are trying times upon us, but we stand rooted in your truth, Father, and accepting of all things. And we ask that you just be a blessing upon those who are sick. Heal their bodies, Father, and just touch them. Be with us, watch over us, and keep us from the evil one. Father, we love you. We praise you. We thank you for all you do for us. We ask these things in the name of your wonderful Son, Yeshua HaMashiach. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. As you may or may not know, I'm now in Florida. We traveled across the I-10 from Texas here the last couple of days, and we are here in Live Oak, Florida. And I'm about to head down to Clearwater here tomorrow. It's warm. It's real warm here. It's nice. It's nice. And I'm enjoying it. We had some great meetings in Texas with Kay, and Kay was a great host, and we had a good meeting there. We had a good meeting with Cyrus, and that one is been online now. That's the one I sent out in the newsletter. But I just got word here just now. Anita sent me a note that Cyrus is sick, and Cyrus is and Vaughn. Okay, so Cyrus just brought his mother in to live with him. She's 101 years old, and so she just moved in with them a week ago. And then I show up. Randy and I are supposed to show up. But they didn't have an extra bed. So Cyrus and Vaughn slept on the couch so that I could have their bed. And I tried to object. And Vaughn is about 5'0" and full of fight. You don't want to fight with her. And she was adamant that I sleep in the bed as a guest. Well, the next night I refused to do that. I told them I will sleep in the car if I have to, but they're going to sleep in their bed because they were not well. Vaughn has a serious cough that she can't shake. And Cyrus, I just found that this morning, is now sick with chills and a cough as well. So put them in your prayers. Cyrus is also a big, tall man. Like, I mean, he's big. He's bigger than me. So keep them in your prayers, please. They're not young either. And, you know, I was blessed by them. and they continued to bless me even after I left. So please do watch over them. So right now I'm staying at Brother Kevin's place in outside Live Oaks and with Rabbi Yaakov, and they've been listening in on your what we do before service. So those of you who are just joining us, we have a prayer and songs before the Shabbat begins. We don't record them, and you're welcome to join us anytime. So Rabbi Yaakov and Kevin have been listening in. They wanted to know what I do, what I teach, what we teach here. And, because they think I'm a bit of a hard ass, so they wanted to see just how hard an ass I am and all the people that I'm teaching. And now they know that I'm not, I hope, because of you guys. So I'm only kidding. But Rabbi Yaakov has offered to play us a song, and I said, sure. So we're going to do that now if you're ready. And we'll let him play the song, and you can watch him. Say hello.
Shabbat shalom, everyone. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
So it's a privilege to, on this Shabbat Kodesh. I don't know if you could hear it. Turn up
Yeah.
the volume. It's a privilege to keep the Shabbat. It's a privilege to offer our words to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He, the Almighty God. So I have a song for you that has to do with the Shabbat. The Shabbat is in the Jewish tradition, Me'en Olam Haba. There's a taste of the world to come. But we need to open our hearts to that. In the Jewish tradition, Me'en Olam Haba, it is a taste of heaven. Sheshet Yamim, 6 days, we work, we're in the world. Vayom HaShvi'i, on the 7th day, Shabbat, we are to rest. Vayi Nafash, and the rest is to enter into our souls. Join me. Sometimes the greatest songs are the songs without words. But nevertheless, there are songs with words that extol the Shabbat. I'll share one with you, and it's known as Boi B'Shalom, which means literally, shalom is really an untranslatable word. It's translated as peace, but it doesn't capture the word. Shalom means wholeness, it means holiness, it means completeness, it means the unsearchableness, the mystery, the beauty, the glory, the majesty, the Hod, the Sod, the secret. That's why Jerusalem, which will be the abode of the Almighty and will be the capital of the coming kingdom, of the glory of Yahweh, the glory of God, is captured by the word Yerushalayim. Yerushalayim, Ir HaKodesh, the holy city, the holy city, the holy city. Boi b'shalom. When Yeshua was on the cult, was on the fall, and they said, come in peace, Boi b'shalom. The people said, Boi b'shalom. Melech HaMashiach, the King of Kings, the glory of all glory, the Lord of all lords. Boi b'shalom, ateret bala, gam v'simcha u'tzahala. Tochem odeyam segula, boi kala. Boi b'shalom, ateres vala. Toyechem onei, am segula. Boi kala, boi kala. So the words are Boi b'shalom, come in peace, or come in glory, come in majesty, come in victory, come in peace, come in wholeness, come in holiness. And come in joy, gam b'simcha, also with joy, also with rejoicing, simcha. Uv'tzahala, tzahal, tzahala, it was with might, mighty rejoicing. Toichem onei, am segula. Boi kala. Tochemune, within faith. Tochemune, within everlasting faith. Am segula, the people, the chosen people, the peculiar people, the people who are grafted in. Am segula. the people of virtue, God's holy people, God's holy children. You're Am Segula. Boi b'shalom, ateres vala, gam b'simcha, u'b'tzahala. I want to wish everyone a sweet Shabbat Shalom, and open the hearts. Open the hearts to Shabbat, to the power of Shabbat, because you're Am Segula. It's one of the mysteries. We didn't choose him, he chose us.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Toda rabah.
Shabbat Shalom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So yes, we've had some very interesting talks here last night and this morning, and sure enough, we're in the middle of a nice discussion this morning, and there's a knock on the door, and two Jehovah's Witnesses decide to join the rabbi and the brother and the guy from Canada all here this morning. What a shamazel that was. So yes, I think Jehovah's looking down on us and saying, let's just mix this bunch up. So yeah, we've been having some good trips. All the meetings I've been doing have been pretty awesome. We've had to break down some walls. We've had to destroy some long-held ideologies that some people held, and that got a little exciting. But when you present the scriptures to them, they come around and they start to scratch their head, and they have to go back and rethink some of the things that they knew. So this has been a good, a good venture, and we're having results. So I thank you for your prayers, and I thank you, especially I want to thank Shane and Anita for their help, and Ella for organizing this trip on me as I'm on the road. So it's really quite an amazing event. On Monday, I may have mentioned in the newsletter, but on Monday we had the GLC, which is God's Learning Channel, return a call. TBN, which is Trinity Broadcast Network, also returned the call, and Zola Levitt Ministries, all in the same day. Now, I've been trying to get on these guys for years, but I can't. I can't get past the secretary, but this time I got to talk to an executive in all three cases. So something's happening, and they want a video. And so for me to make a video, I can't do it on the fly. I need about 4 to 6 hours to concentrate on what I'm doing. And we've had a number of people, Jenny Mixon and Kay Beard, have offered to try and do something. We're trying to find a program that we can do online in the cloud so we can all work together instead of individually. And that is what's going on here. So again, and I'm still trying to get on the 700 Club. And next week, or this coming week, I will be in Charlotte, North Carolina, knocking on you-know-whose door, and see if that television station, or also Arthur Bailey's television station, is open to helping to share this message. As you all know, we're at the end, and that's the message we're trying to share. So I think, Randy, is there anything else I forgot to say, or?
Good to go, brother.
Good to go? Randy wanted to come with me, but they didn't allow redheads in Louisiana, so we had to leave him behind. And then I get out here and Chris Cash has got a full red head of beard. Man.
No running.
Yeah. Anyway, we've had some good times. And so I've been traveling. Sometimes I travel through the night, but it's catching up to me. I'm just slowing down a little bit, but starting when I get to Tennessee or Kentucky, we're going to be flat out. So I need your prayers there as well. Okay. So we're going to do the Torah portion today. Again, for those of you that are new, we are doing the 3.5-year Torah portion, which is twice in a sabbatical cycle. It does not line up with the Torah portion that they do, the Hillel one, or I don't know what you call it, the one that's done annually. It goes from Tishri to Tishri. We are not doing that one. If you all want to contact the 700 Club and inundate them with emails, letters, and phone calls, by all means. And let me see if I can find that. Yeah, we'll send in the artillery before I go in with the my little machine gun. Oops. Come back here. I'll put this in the chat. This is just their prayer thing, but you got to get past that. Okay, so you can start with that one, see what you can do. I'll be calling in there a little bit later. Okay, Randy, who's reading the first numbers 2? Who's doing that today?
We have Janet.
And Janet just met me for the first time in Texas. Janet, before you start, tell everyone what you thought of what you heard that day and how that meeting went.
Okay. I really don't think I learned a whole lot new, but I was really excited about your construction workers that you got to meet. That was really funny. Go ahead and tell them that you've never met a Torah observant.
Okay, so I worked pipelines. When I first started this walk, I was working 7 days a week, and then I got told about the Sabbath, learned about the Sabbath. And on pipelines, that's something that you have a lot of trouble doing because you got to work 7 days a week. And yet Jehovah made an opening for me to keep my career in pipelines and keep the Sabbath and keep the holy days and not get fired. And I didn't know anyone else that did that. And at this meeting, I met a young man who's in testing. He tests the pipelines, and a father who is a welder, and another lady who was also in the refinery business. They knew everything that I was talking about because they still do it, and they're doing it to this day. So it was awesome to meet other pipeliners. So it was just different, and yeah, I've never had that happen before. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, they were Torah observant, and I think they learned some new things from you about maybe King David being in the 7th millennium. I think that was new information for them. And we also had another young lady who had to walk with a walker. She is having hip surgery real soon, and she contacted me after, and she is on fire. She is ready to be ignited. And so I hope that she'll continue reaching out and absorbing all of this strong food that we are sharing here on Sighted Moon.
Yeah, and she's learning with Kay. She's one of Kay's people. Her name's Amanda, so keep her in your prayers as well. She's needing a new hip replacement, and she's just a young lady. So put that on your prayer list too, please. Okay, Janet, if you're ready to go ahead. You're reading Numbers 2.
All right. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, every man of the children of Israel shall pitch by his own standard, with the ensign of their father's house, far off about the tabernacle of the congregation shall they pitch. And on the east side, toward the rising of the sun, shall they of the standard of the camp of Judah pitch throughout their armies. And Nahshon, the son of Amminadab, shall be captain of the children of Judah. And his host and those that were numbered of them were 314,600. And that translates to 74,600. And those that do pitch next unto him shall be the tribe of Issachar. And Nathanael, the son of Zuar, shall be captain of the children of Issachar. And his host and those that were numbered thereof were 54,400. Then the tribe of Zebulun and Eliab, the son of Helon, shall be captain of the children of Zebulun. And his host and those that were numbered thereof were 57,400. All that were numbered in the camp of Judah were 100,000 and fourscore thousand and 6,400 throughout their armies. These shall first set forth. On the south side shall be the standard of the camp of Reuben, according to their armies. And the captain of the children of Reuben shall be Elazar, the son of Shadur, and his host, and those that were numbered thereof were 46,500. And those which pitch by him shall be the tribe of Simeon. And the captain of the children of Simeon shall be Shalumiel, the son of Zuri Shaddai. And the host and those that were numbered of them were 59,300. Then the tribe of Gad and the captains of the sons of Gad shall be Eliasaph, the son of Ruel, and his host and those that were numbered of them were 45,650. All that were numbered in the camp of Reuben were 100,050, 1,450 throughout their armies, and they shall set forth in the second rank. Then the tabernacle of the congregation shall set forward with the camp of the Levites in the midst of the camp. As they encamp, so shall they set forward, every man in his place by their standards. On the west side shall be the standard of the camp of Ephraim, according to their armies. And the captain of the sons of Ephraim shall be Elishama, the son of Ammihud. And his host and those that were numbered of them were 40,500. And by him shall be the tribe of Manasseh. And the captain of the children of Manasseh shall be Gamaliel, the son of Pedahzur. And his host and those that were numbered of them were 32,200. Then the tribe of Benjamin and the captain of the sons of Benjamin shall be Abidan, the son of Gideoni, and his host and those that were numbered of them were 35,400. All that were numbered of the camp of Ephraim were 100,000 and 8,100 throughout their armies, and they shall go forward in the third rank. The standard of the camp of Dan shall be on the north side by their armies, and the captain of the children of Dan shall be Ahiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. And the host and those that were numbered of them were 3,2,700. And those that encamp by him shall be the tribe of Asher, and the captain of the children of Asher shall be Pagiel, the son of Ochran, and his host. And those that were numbered of them were 41,500. Then the tribe of Naphtali, and the captain of the children of Naphtali shall be Ahira, the son of Enon, and his host. And those that were numbered of them were 53,400. And they all were numbered in the camp of Dan were 100,050 and 7,600. They shall go hindmost with their standards. These are those which were numbered of the children of Israel by the house of their fathers. All those that were numbered of the camps throughout their host were 600,000 and 3,550. But the Levites were not numbered among the children of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the children of Israel did according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. So they pitched by their standards, and so they set forward every one after their families, according to the house of their fathers.
You're muted, Joe.
Okay. I do that all the time. Randy, let me know when you got that scripture, please. Thank you, Janet, for reading that. Very good. So I got a question for y'all. What's the importance of that chapter? Why did we just read it? Sandra, you got your hand up. You can answer that. You can ask something else.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Yes, you are.
Why is it important? Because we need to know who's on guard. We
Who's
need
on
to
guard?
know.
What do you mean by that?
Well, these are troops. These are people protecting. These are people standing guard to protect the community. These are people standing guard to protect what's in the heart of it, which is the temple, the Torah, the tabernacle, and all the priests.
So there's a certain order that had to go out as they moved from place to place, and there's a certain order that they encircled or encamped around the tabernacle or the ark. That's what you're saying, and that's the guarding part?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what were you going to ask before or say before?
Well, I was going to ask Janet, first of all, what version is she reading from? Because I really like how she says the numbers, because I'm numerically not inclined. But in verse 26, I heard her say 37,200. And that's not what's written in my version.
That's the problem.
26?
Yeah.
I got 62,700. What do you got?
What I heard her say was 37,200.
It says 60, which is 60,000, and 2,000. So that's 62,000 and then 700. And
Okay.
it's King James.
Okay.
What do you got, Sombra?
No, I have that same number. I didn't hear that number. I
Oh,
heard a different
okay.
number. That's why I asked for correction, because I'm not numerically inclined.
You're just hard of hearing.
That too, I suppose.
Okay. Very good. Glenn, go ahead.
Yeah, the importance of that is we have to remember, and as she was reading the numbers, what does that add up to? Like 600,000 people, not including the numbers of their wives and children. They better have some order, because there's no way they can just have that be random. If they don't have order, they're not going to be able to do anything that Jehovah wants them to do.
Yeah, well, that's fairly basic. You got to have order in the camp or there's going to be chaos, and Jehovah's not a God of chaos. Yes.
And it's set up as like a military.
Okay. But is that all you're seeing here? There's a lot more here than what you're saying. You're not seeing anything else yet?
There's other things that hasn't been spoken about, like their
Well,
banners and such like that are
okay,
important.
so what's the banners about? What's that? What is,
Mhm.
Go ahead, Glenn. You got the mic.
It's their different emblems based on some of the blessings that Isaac had bestowed on Jacob, and Abraham had bestowed on his sons, and so on. There's different
Okay, but
emblems.
hang on, before you, because you're spot on. What are those blessings? What are the banners here? Explain that a little bit more. What are the symbols or symbolism of the banner based on the blessings of Jacob? Explain that.
Okay, well, that's
Okay, so
the,
we got new people here that don't know what you're talking about, so
Mhm.
explain it.
the blessings were given to them by
Chapter
the
and verse, you got a
patriarchs.
chapter and verse, that's Genesis,
I don't have any of that. No.
what is it, Genesis 49? I
Yeah.
think, I'm not sure.
Others will have to help there because I'm just doing this on the cuff.
Yeah, Randy, where are the blessings? And he's already on it. Good. Randy's our man.
There's
Dang.
49, yes, sir.
What is it?
It is 49 where he blesses all the boys, chapter 49.
Okay, so let's go there. Just don't go away, Glenn. I'm gonna keep you on the spot.
No problem.
Genesis 49, open it up. Jacob blesses his sons. Do you want me to read it? You want to read it? I'll read it. And Jacob called his sons and said, gather yourselves together that I may tell you what shall happen to you in the days to come. Gather yourselves together and hear, sons of Jacob, and listen to Israel, your father. That's a bad translation. I got a rabbi correcting me here. What's that?
Acharita means the end of days. Acharita means the days that are latter days.
The last days,
The last days, yeah. Not
in the days to
not-
come.
Not the days.
So it's in the latter days. Okay. Verse 3. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity and excellency of power. Okay. So Reuben still has this attitude to this day. Unstable as water, you shall not excel because you went up to your father's bed, then you defiled it. He went up to my couch. What's that? Speak up so they can hear you.
It's the water that it says you're unstable like water, but really pakad actually in the Hebrew it's trembling or fear. So
Fear like water?
Fear like, in other words, the pachad kamayim is a trembling. It's a trembling is found throughout Scripture, right? I tremble before your word. I tremble. The idea is it's there's an assonance over here about water. Also, there's a trembling and then there's the water. Why is it? It says he's saying things on multiple levels, right? On the first level is there's water is unstable, right? You can't stand on water. Right?
Yeah.
But we know that if you have the right person or the right being or the right God, you can stand on water. Literally, he did stand on water, and in the future. So this is an assonant prophecy. But right now, he's saying that there's an instability to water because water also references evil.
So what he's saying about Reuben is that he's unstable.
He's unstable. It's also right. Reuben is the one who loses his
Birthright.
His birthright, right?
Yeah, he's
no
the firstborn.
longer right.
Okay. Did you guys hear what he was saying? Could you all hear that? Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now, Glenn, coming back to you, what is the symbol or what is the emblem or the flag, because that's what the banner is, of Reuben?
The Reuben sandwich? I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, no,
Isn't
yeah, I
it
thought
waves?
it's
Isn't
the
it waves
wave.
of water?
It's the
Okay,
waves
so
of
water. Good. Mhm.
There's also another symbol that goes with it.
Symbol of a man.
Right. So we got a man's head with water. That's the emblems on his flag that you will see.
Water is also the prime metaphor for teaching, for the word. Remember who changed the water to wine?
Yeshua.
Right. But here Reuben is unstable water. In other words, he's unable to transmit the birthright.
And his inability to do that. So what nation does Reuben descendants become today? Does anyone know that?
Is it not France?
And the French always think they're in charge, and they're not.
They're romantics too.
Yeah.
And
So you
that kind of
see-
fits in with what he did.
Again, I'm not making this stuff up. I get this from Yard Davidi. He's done a lot of research on it, so he's sort of connecting the dots here. Okay, so get a piece of paper and put down there for Reuben, Okay, Reuben is in the south. He's a southern tribes. He's the head of the southern tribes. And put down there his emblems on the banner for a flag, water and a man's head. Okay. And each of these tribes that you're going to read about have their own emblems. Okay. Unstable as water. So Simeon and Levi are brothers. Tools of violence are their weapons. O my soul, do not come into their secret. Let not my honor be united with their assembly. For in their anger they killed a man, and in their self-will they hamstrung a bull. I'm not sure what the bull part is, but the killing of men is referring back to them killing at Shechem. And the Shechem.
They have a sadistic, angry character. They lash out, and they did that. That's what they did. They killed the whole town of Shechem.
So right here, Simeon and Levi have been lumped together. What is their symbol?
Sword, castle.
Who said that? Was that
Ryan.
Shane?
Right.
Ryan. Sword and castle. Are you guessing, or how do you know that?
Your book.
That's cheating. You can't do that. Back it up. Okay, so how do you know it's a sword and castle? Besides my book. Okay, now we got crickets again.
Now you can kind of see it in it. Sword in the castle. They fought those people, and they basically destroyed a city, which is a castle. It's right there. That's what they did. They did that to their brothers because they had already turned into Israelites when they took the covenant circumcision.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not, I've heard that. I'm not convinced of that. I'm not sure if that's correct. And you're gonna have to, you're telling me that Shechem became Israel just because they got circumcised?
Well, they did the oath, and they were willing to do. Yeah, that's the whole
So
chapter. Yeah.
so you become an Israelite as soon as you get circumcision. You don't have to keep the Sabbath or
Well-
holy day or kosher or none of that stuff?
Well, obviously they have to
Dan?
do it all. Yes.
Yeah, I think there's more than just circumcision. Paul says your circumcision is nothing if you're not keeping Torah. So
I agree, but
I'm
that
not-
was the sign of it. So they were in covenant, and that's the point.
okay, Susan, you got your hand up. What, are you gonna comment on this? You got something else to say?
Actually, it's about the numbers. Is this chapter reflective of the first chapter? Is it at the same time? Because the numbers are the same.
Yeah, well, it should be. They're both done at the same time. They're done at the beginning of the, right after they cross the, not right after, this is in the second year. This is just before they're about to leave. So it's done at the second time. It's right after the Exodus. So yes, the numbers should be about the same.
Okay, they're identical. Yep,
Okay, well, you can double check that, compare, go back for.
I did.
And they are?
They are identical.
I said, so why are you questioning me then?
I'm asking if it's the same time exactly.
Well, yeah, it's, if you read, it's in the second year after the Exodus. They're about to leave. So
Okay.
now the camps are being organized. We read that in the first chapter 1 last week.
Right, but there's no timeline given in numbers 2. So I wondered if it was continuation of 1 or if it's later. And that's
I would say it's a continuation of 1, because if you read in chapter 10, it's the second month of the second year, and they do leave. That's when they do leave. So this is all taking place right at the beginning of the second year.
In
Okay,
chapter 2,
Sorry, Ella, what?
in chapter 2, it's different than 1 in the fact that it lists who is the captain of that army, of those individual tribes.
Yeah, okay.
They didn't do that in the first one. That was just a numbering.
Okay, Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, in Genesis 49, verse 5, it says, Simeon and Levi are brothers, related by weapons of violence. Let me not enter their council. Let my honor not be connected with their people. For in their anger they killed men, and at their when they maimed cattle. Verse 7 says, cursed be their anger, for it has been fierce, their fury, for it has been cruel. I will divide them in Yaakov and scatter them in Israel.
Very good. Thank you. I didn't remember reading about the cattle part. Good. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay. Let's go back to next verse here in 49, Genesis 49. Because Judah, verse 8. Judah, may your brothers praise you. May your hand be on the neck of your enemies. May your father's sons bow before you. Judah is a lion's whelp. My son, you have gone up from the prey. He stooped. He crouched like a lion, and like a lion, who shall arouse him? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and the obedience of the peoples to him.
That's not the obedience.
It says, and the obedience of the peoples to him. What does that say then? Rabbi's chiming in here. What's it saying?
I forgot, but I remember I looked at it just recently. What's the verse again?
Genesis 49:10.
Second, I'll tell you right away from the Hebrew.
Can you guys hear him?
49:10.
No? Okay, you have to speak up.
Okay. Lo yasur shevet miYehuda u'mochokek miben Ralad ad ki yavo Shiloh v'lo, and to him yikahat amim. So to him shall be the gathering of the nations of the peoples. Lo yikahat, I believe that's the proper translation.
Okay, so unto him shall be the gathering of the people.
People be, yeah.
Not the obedience of the peoples.
Well, it's implied by that, right? If they're going to gather to him, of course they're going to be obedient, right?
Okay,
Well,
and
in other words, that it involves much more than just an obedience. It means that he's essentially they're under his banner. You're speaking about it, right?
it's the lead banner. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Right. So now you get a different idea, right? Because this is talking about sovereignty,
Yeah,
right? So sovereignty and kingship is what is a play over here. And this is it starts with Reuben, who loses that sovereignty and that kingship because he's unstable. His water is unstable. He's unstable like water, but he has the negative characteristics of water, not the positive characteristics. And therefore, but nevertheless, Judah is the one who carries part of this scepter. The scepter is split up, right? Not the scepter, the birthright. You have the birthright, and then you have the scepter. The two separate things.
yeah.
So, Lo Yasur Shev Mina. So Yehuda is given what should have been Reuben. Reuben should have had both the scepter and the birthright, and he loses the birthright, and he loses the scepter. And he loses the scepter here. It's telling us he's losing it to Judah.
Okay, so I gotta hurry up here, guys, a little bit, because I'm gonna have to go here shortly. And I want to get this point across so you see it. Okay, so we're talking now about Judah. There's more here that I didn't see. Binding his foal to the vine and his ass's colt to the choice vine. He washes garments in wine and his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes shall be sparkling with wine and his teeth from milk. So Judah is going to be an alcoholic, right? No, that's not what it says. Okay. Go back here. What's the banner of Judah? That's the point I want to get across here. So Kevin's in the background here. He's saying the lion.
Lion.
Okay, the lion. Okay, so Judah's got the lion. He's also got the scepter.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, the scepter is the secret to the true good news.
Yes.
Okay, but that sounds like a whole other subject.
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
we're not going to
That's
go
the
there.
whole thing.
Okay,
The secret. It's a secret.
okay. Let's go to verse 13. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, you were talking about he was a gatherer. One of the things that Yeshua said when he came was that he was sent not but for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So he started gathering the lost sheep of the house of Israel when he first came, and he's still doing it today. So that's ongoing right now. So
Yeah.
that's one of the purposes that he came. It's something that was lost, the sheep that were lost. He purposely came to gather them back again to the Father. So it's kind of interesting that he talks about he's gathering these nations, or he's gathering these banners or these tribes or these people. And that's one of the things Yeshua said he was here for.
Right. So we skipped over Simeon and Levi. Levi, they're scattered throughout all the tribes, so they're gonna be hard to see. Does anyone know who the Simeonites are today?
Democrats?
No. Come on, stop. We're not going there. Democrats, Simeonites, come on. Simeon, okay, so my understanding, and Yard Davidi has indicated that the Simeonites tend to be the leaders in military type stuff. Okay. He makes some good points on that, but for me, I believe, and this doesn't make any sense with that. But I'm thinking in my mind, I could have this wrong, but Belgium is Simeon, but that doesn't make any sense. Okay, Randy, have you got that scripture? Do you have that scripture I was looking for in Ezekiel?
We have Ezekiel 1 and Ezekiel 10.
Okay,
It
hold
describes-
off for a second, as long as you're ready. Let's continue in Genesis 49. Zebulun. Shiloh, yes. Zebulun shall live at the seashore and shall be a haven for ships, and his borders beside Sidon. Okay, not much there for Zebulun, but it's also a very good clue. Who is Zebulun today?
That be England?
No.
Okay.
Netherlands?
Dutch.
Huh?
Dutch.
Dutch. Okay, why do you say Dutch, Glenn?
I said Netherlands.
Okay, it's the same thing.
Okay.
Well, unless you're from the Netherlands, because they don't like to be called Dutch, they like to be called Netherlanders.
Well, I just knew them people to be a seafaring people. I just assumed that.
And they've pushed back the sea. There's another scripture, I don't know where it is. They live at the sea. They get their treasure out of the sea. So they pushed
Yes.
back the sea. They built the dikes. So Zebulun. There's another thing about Zebulun, and from what I understand, Zebulun never went into captivity. They disappeared before the captivity of the northern 10 tribes. So what is their symbol? Glenn, is the ship?
Yep.
Okay, you're all good with that? Sombra, you got something you want to add? Oh. Can I take your hand?
It's kind of different. It has to do with the meaning of the names,
Of which name?
all these tribes, all these people. It's okay. Keep going.
Maybe you can, maybe you can talk about that after I leave. How's that? Okay. Okay, let's continue with Genesis 49. We're up to Issachar, verse 14. Issachar is a strong ass crouching between the sheepfolds. And he saw that rest was good and that the land was pleasant. And he bowed his shoulder to bear and became a tribute slave. Okay, this one's a little bit harder. What's he talking about here? A strong ass, a donkey, okay. Crouching down between two sheepfolds.
Finland.
Finland. Okay,
Oh.
Eugene, why'd you say Finland?
Between Russia and safe place. And he's a burden. to
Okay,
everybody.
so where are you getting that information from?
I think I got it from you.
Yeah, and I got it from Yard Davidi. So what's the symbol for Issachar?
Donkey?
Yeah, it is.
No
Okay.
kidding.
Next one, Dan. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Then shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path that bites the horse's heels, so that its rider shall fall backwards. And then it says, I waited on your salvation, O Jehovah. Okay. Who is Dan today?
Danish.
Okay, I can, but no, yes, but no. So Dan is a serpent's trail. Everywhere that Dan went, he left his name. Throughout
Yes.
history, the Danites, everywhere they go, they left their name. The Neister, the Noob.
Denmark.
Is it
Denmark.
Germany?
No, they all went through Germany, but the Germans are a different people.
So it's all the people along those rivers, the Danube, the Dnieper, and all that stuff, right?
Well, that's where they were, but they didn't stay there. They were there for a while and they kept on going.
So Dan is Judges, so wouldn't that be the Hague?
Well, The Hague is in, where is it?
Netherlands.
But no, Belgium, is it Netherlands? Okay. Dan is the Irish.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yep.
The Dan are the Irish people.
Hmm.
What is the symbol for Dan?
A hand.
Red
No,
hand.
It's like a
that's
scale.
one- That's
The
one
snake?
symbol. The snake, the serpent,
Yeah.
okay? But the red hand is also another symbol for some of the tribe of Dan. Okay? Then, okay, chapter 9, verse 19, Gad, raiders shall attack him, and he shall attack their heel. Okay, so who's Gad? I don't remember this one. Who's Gad? And what's his symbol?
His symbol is a tent or troops.
Is it troops?
Well, it's a tent and it's also known as a troops of army. So a combination, a tent and troops.
I forget. Well, I'm going to take your word, Brian. I'm not sure. Tent, I don't recall that. And troops. Okay, Asher.
Yeah, well, who is God? We don't know where they went.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm rushing now because I'm almost out of time. So out of Asher, his bread shall be fat, and they shall yield the royal dainties. Asher,
Belgium.
Belgium.
Hmm.
What's Asher's symbol?
Food fit for a
Fruit?
king.
Pardon me?
Dainties.
The
Belgian
Belgian waffle?
No, it's a royal cup. The royal
Food fit
cup.
for a king.
I'm sorry, Sombra, what?
Food fit for a king.
Yes. Okay,
No. No.
and okay, so next is chapter 20, verse 21. Naphtali is a deer let loose. He gives goodly words. Naphtali is one you trace all over the place. Who is Naphtali? I'm being corrected as I speak. Who is Naphtali?
Isn't that the
Gypsies.
donkey?
No, it's not the donkey.
Like
but
a
you're
deer.
close. It's like a deer. It's a roe. Okay, so it's like a deer. So these are symbols that these nations still use to this day. Who is Naphtali today?
India,
Well, some of India got Naphtali in them, yes. Who else? Not Poland. It's, no, it's Norway. Norway. So that's the roe is the symbol. Naphtali also went over and become some of what they call the white Huns of China. Verse 22, Joseph is a fruitful son by a well whose branches run over the well. The archers have sorely grieved him, shot at him, and an archer lurks for him. Who are we talking about? But his bow abode in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty God of Jacob, from the shepherd, the rock of Israel. By the God of your father you shall help, who shall help you, And may the Almighty bless you with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lies beneath, blessings of the breasts of the womb, blessings of your father above, and blessings of my ancestors to the utmost bound of the everlasting hills. They shall be on the head of Joseph, and on the crown of the head of him, the ruler of the leader of his brothers. Sounds like somebody just got a whole lot of good blessings here. Who's Joseph?
Ephraim and Manasseh. Ephraim and Manasseh.
And today they
Sons
are,
of Machir. America and Britain.
yes.
Commonwealth of nations and a mighty nation.
And what is the symbol in the of the United States that you just read here?
Arrows in a vine.
13 arrows. There are 13 arrows on your standards, on your flags. 13 olives on the vine. There's 13 many times in many of your symbols, all referring back to this. Have we got 12 now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Got one more. You got Benjamin.
Benjamin. Yeah, so Joseph is now 2. Benjamin is a wolf that tears in pieces. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. So what's the symbol for Benjamin?
A wolf.
And who is Benjamin? I think I might have messed these up. Benjamin is Norway.
Naftali's not Norway, bro.
Naphtali is not Norway. It's Sweden, Finland, Sweden.
Ireland or Poland?
Not Poland or Ireland, no.
Italy.
No. Okay. Let's just take that with what we got. Now, Randy, I want you to read the verse. You're going to read, what is it, Ezekiel 1, you said, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before you do, one more thing. I'm talking about the encampment of Israel. The head of the east side is Judah, and I didn't write down who the other two were with him. Then the head of the south side is Reuben, and the head of the west side is Ephraim or Joseph, and the head of the north side is Dan. Okay? That's important to remember. Now, we've got the banners. Each one had their banner, their standard by their tribe, their flag, their tribal flag, which has now become the national flags today. Okay, Randy, go ahead. Read that. Ezekiel, what are we doing?
It's the Ezekiel 1, verse 10, but I'll start at verse 4. It says, as I looked, behold, a stormy wind came out of the north, and a great cloud with brightness around it, and fire flashing forth continually, and in the midst of the fire, as it were gleaming metal. And from the midst of it came the likeness of 4 living creatures, and this was their appearance. They had.
Hang on, stop, hang on. Pay attention, write down what he's about to tell you. Okay, go ahead.
This was their appearance. They had a human likeness, but each had 4 faces, and each of them had 4 wings. Their legs were straight, and the soles of their feet were like the soles of a calf's foot, and they sparkled like burnished bronze. Under their wings, on their 4 sides, they had human hands, and the 4 had their faces and their wings thus, and their wings touched one another. Each one of them went straight forward without turning as they went. As for the likeness of their faces, each had a human face. The 4 had the face of a lion on the right side. The 4 had the face of an ox on the left side, and the 4 had the face of an eagle.
Okay, so just read them again.
As for the likeness of their faces, each had a human face. The 4 had the face of a lion on the right side. The 4 had the face of an ox on the left side, and the 4 had the face of an eagle. Verse 11, such were their faces, and their wings were spread out above. Each creature had 2 wings, each of which touched the wing of another, while 2 covered their bodies.
Who is this that we're talking about here? Or what is this that we're talking about?
That's Israel right there. in the emblems for those four sides.
Before you get there, Glenn, what are we talking about here? This is a cherubim, is it not?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a cherubim. Cherubim. And
Cheruvim. You have to get that guttural. Cheruvim.
no, I got you in both ears now. Come on, give me a break. Okay, so Glenn, what were you saying? Who is this? What does this represent?
Isn't they each side had an image of its own? One was a man, one was a lion, one was an eagle, one was an ox. It fits the description of the north, east, south, and west. And that's exactly what it's saying. They had the faces of the tribes of Israel on their face, or maybe it's the other way around. I don't know which one came first, but
What does face mean?
What?
What does face mean?
Hannah, what? What are you
No,
talking
no,
about?
I mean, like, what does it mean symbolically? Does it mean it has the testimony of? Is that what face means?
I don't think we're looking at face per se here. We're looking at the banners of the camp.
That's a great question.
Oh, Rabbi says a great question. I don't know where you're going. Where are you going? What are you saying?
Well, it's like when you use, when the word name is there, name is authority, right? So
identify.
if we have these four different faces, do we have these four different testimonies? Do we have these four different
Yes.
relationships? Because when you're talking about face to face, when I have a relationship face to face with Jehovah, it's that intimacy of relationship. So when I'm talking about the face, the face of the eagle, the face of the lion, the face of the man, the face of the ox, are these the four faces, the four intimate relationships that I'm supposed to be having? Is it kind of,
I would, you're implying that these are representative of Jehovah, and I'm gonna say, no, these are not him. These are us.
okay, is this the relationship that we are supposed to be having with him?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'll go with that. Okay, Eric, go ahead.
Is this where Israel is turning its attention to something or someone? When it talks about the faces, is Israel now paying attention to whoever the scriptures is indicating that we're going to turn our attention to?
No, no, we're being shown something here, but the way the camp is laid out, you're being shown something. The way each of the tribes is laid out on each side. And then in Ezekiel, you're being told something else, what the cherubim looks like, which is also symbolic of what the camp looks like. We've gone through each of the banners here so you can see what the symbolism of each tribe was, what their banner or their flag would have or could have looked like. We don't have a record. We don't know exactly, so we're speculating. But the camp and the cherubim were
Cherubim, get that gutter in there, right?
we got too many ears. The angel looked like he had four faces. So we're being shown something here, and I'm trying to get you to understand that this cherubim is also representing Israel, which is us, and we are tied into that somehow by our different camps, right? Remember,
also the different levels of understanding.
the pinky, it can clean out my ear, but the baby toe can't. If you've heard me say that many times,
All part of the body.
they're all part of the body, but we have different jobs. The lion was the first one to set out, and this man, which is Reuben, was the second part. The Levites were in the middle, protecting the ark, and then the ox. Okay, so what tribe has the ox as their national symbol?
Europe,
England.
England. Yeah, oh yeah, John Bull.
John Bull. Okay. And the serpent, or Dan with the serpent, his symbol was the eagle. How many eagles have you seen carrying a serpent for their symbol?
Yes.
Now that implies Mexico, but I'm not too sure. Okay, so there's symbolism here in all of this. All of this stuff is telling you something beyond just a bunch of numbers and a bunch of guys having a campfire.
A symbol is a picture's worth 1,000.
Did you hear that?
No.
Say it again.
A symbol is a picture, and a picture's worth 1,000 words.
Yes.
Well, Jehovah is talking to you because he knows how smart you are not. And he's painting you pictures in these things so that you can learn at a different level, learn something else. You can learn who we are, where we come from, just by our banners, just by the blessings that we're given to each tribe, and what that means for us today.
I'm looking up the meaning of the names of all these people, and you should see the pictures that are in there.
Well, okay, so I'm gonna have to go now.
I know.
And I'm gonna throw Stuart, are you ready to take the helm, sir?
Stewart's in the back seat today. I got you, brother.
Oh, so you got it. Okay, sorry, Randy. Randy's got the helm. I'm gonna go. You can carry on discussing this. Sambra, if you want to share those, what you're digging up there, that's fine. Eric, go ahead. Was that your hand up from the last time?
No, this is hand up this time. It's kind of interesting that when he got to Ezekiel, I think God was, and I'm not speaking for God, but it seems like he got to a point to where we weren't listening to his words. So now he's going to start talking to us through pictures, because we definitely weren't listening to his word he was giving us. And Ezekiel does a bunch of things where he lays on one side, lays on the other, walks around with a frying pan in front of himself naked. So Ezekiel didn't do a whole lot of talking, because God, it's almost like God was tired of talking to us, and he's trying to get across with us now with pictures. It's just interesting.
Yeah, you're right. Also remember that Israel was in captivity 100 and almost 120, 150 years before Ezekiel started doing any of this. And the
Right.
stuff that Ezekiel's doing it for is for Israel, which is us today at this time.
Right. And it's also interesting that when Yeshua showed up, guess what? He doesn't speak plainly. It's prophesied that Messiah, when he comes, he would speak in parables. He says, unless you understand the whole Tanakh, unless you understand the Tanakh, you're not going to understand the parables I'm talking in. So he's going to force you to go back and study the Tanakh and understand what these different symbols mean. So now he's forcing people, saying, listen, you guys are not listening to me. The pitches didn't work. Now I'm going to talk to you in parables. I'm going to do whatever it takes to bring you back to me.
Well,
This is
because
interesting.
you're a bunch of morons and I gotta use a
Yeah.
big thing on them.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
Sambra, you go ahead, start talking about that stuff. I'm gonna say adios and I'll see you guys.
Shabbat
hopefully-
shalom, Joe.
Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Joe.
See you, brother.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, I'm not quite finished yet, but this is exciting. Okay, so let's talk about from the inside out. So if we go to verse 17 and we work our way backwards from 17 back up to verse 3 and look at the names that we're going through there. Oops, Lisa Emerson is here. So we have Reuel, which means the friend of God. His son is Eliasaph, which means God has added. And then he has a son named Gad, which means fortune. So if you're a friend of God, God has added, you will gain fortune. That's the blessing. You can see that comes from there. Then we have, again, going upwards, we have Zurishaddai has a son named Shemuel, has a son named Simeon. So we have, my rock is Shaddai. Therefore, I am at peace with God. And then he has a son he who hears. When you're at peace with God, you can hear him. And then keep going up. You've got Shedeur, Elizur, and Reuben. So you have Shaddai is flame or field of light or fire demon. God of rock or God rocks. And behold a sun. So when you have the light in you, God is, that word rock, like in the other Torah portions that are being done this week, it's the Torah portion talking about Jacob sleeping on the rock, and he gets the dream, and then he stands up that rock as a pillar. That pillar represents permanence. That pillar is the pillar that all the kings were anointed by. It's all the coronations are done by that rock, and that rock is now in England. And so when King Charles is coronated in May, he will sit on the throne of King Edward, and under that throne, in that chair, there's a little ledge under the chair, and that rock is in there. That same rock that Jacob put his head on is in there, and it represents permanence. So anyhow, I think this is all cool. And so then if you go back up to that first set, you have Helon, Eliab, and Zebulun. Helon means strong. Eliab means God is my father. And Zebulun means instance of exaltation or glorious dwelling. I think it's very, very, very cool. It was moved to Scotland and then they gave it back. Or that throne belongs to Scotland, but then they get it back. That's why during the coronation, you have the Archbishop of the Church of England and you have the Archbishop of the Church of Scotland, and they both officiate in the coronation. That's what happened with Queen Elizabeth, and one assumes that will happen with King Charles as well.
Didn't that stone get split?
Yes, I heard that too, but I also heard it got fixed.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so then going back to that middle portion, so verse 17 is, talking about the tabernacle, and all the Levites are all in there. So then verse 18, so if we go from Amihud, Elishama, and Ephraim, you have my kinsman is majesty, God is heard, and twofold increase. So when God is your king, God hears you when you pray. And so you'll have a twofold increase. There is a blessing in being heard by God. There is blessing in being in submission to that authority. I haven't got them all done yet. I've got 2 more left. But then you've got Pedazur, Gamliel, and Manasseh. So the rock upgrades, or upgraded to the standard of the rock. And then you've got investment of God, and then you've got forgetting or evaporating. So what I see in this, Joe was talking about pictures, right? When you go from being in that pagan world to choosing to submit to the rock, you've upgraded to the standard of rock. You've brought the Torah back into your life, and the Torah is now your authority. You've invested in God, and then you get to forget all your wounds. You get to forget all your troubles. You've got Gideoni, Abidan, and Benjamin. Gideoni means of hewing down, which I didn't really understand. So then I had to go to Gideon to find out what Gideon means. It means cut her off. Well, isn't that amazing that Gideon was the one that cut down the Asherah pole, right? So cut her off, one who fells, of hewing down. Abidan, my father is judge, or father of a judge. And then Benjamin, son of my right hand. Well, the right hand is the authority. So again, I just find this amazing. When you cut off the pagan ways, when you cut off the old ancient ways, you're either you're recognizing Jehovah is your judge, but you also now are producing right judgment. And when you're producing right judgment, you have the son of my right hand, or the son of the south. So then the question is, what does the south mean? And then we have Ammishaddai. My kinsman is Shaddai. And then Ahiezer is my brother is help. And then Dan means judge. So if my kinsman, if my family member is Shaddai, if I accept him as my father, if I recognize him as my brother, then my brother is my helper. And now because my brother is my helper, I'm a rightful judge. And then I haven't got the last two done. But Pagiel, I had to look up in a different place, and it means prevention or prayer. And then Asher means happy. And I just have to tell you, my son's name is Asher Hayes, and Hayes means a hedge, and a hedge is a thing that protects. And the fact that Pagiel means prevention or prayer, man, I'm just leaping off the page here. So I got to finish the last of them. But I think those pictures too help us to recognize this whole, the picture of what it is we're protecting. We're protecting the tabernacle. We're protecting the heart of Yehovah. We're protecting that relationship. We're protecting. We have
We're
to be
guarding.
Yeah, we
We're
have
guarding.
to guard to protect that relationship with Yehovah. Anyhow, sorry, that was my tangent.
That was awesome. Thank you, Sombra. Nancy.
Well, I wanted to know first what Sombra was actually reading from, because it seemed like she had some information that I just wondered if that was a book out of a book or a document or something that she found. And then the other thing was I posted, it's kind of weird how our father does, because I had a friend of mine that I used to be in a group with a long time ago that sent me the movie about the stone that Sombra was talking about. And it's fairly recent, but I posted it in the chat, the link to it. And yes, it has been stolen and taken back and forth from Scotland to England, and does always seem to be under the chair. But then there was the question of whether or not it was the original stone, because when it broke, they put some spikes in it to fix it. And evidently there was like a spike missing. So there was a question whether or not in that particular movie, whether or not the queen had actually been placed as a queen under the correct stone. And so it goes a little bit beyond what I think is important. But it still kind of tells the story about how the stone's gone back and forth.
So you wanted to know what I was talking about with regard to the stone, or with regard to the names?
No, about the names, because it seemed like you were reading from something and I'd like to see
Okay.
it. I'd love to see it.
Okay, so I use a website called Abarim Publications. I put it in the chat. And in that, I learn about the meaning of the names. The guy goes through really in depth the etymology of the names. And so I love using that website. And it's just my own notes that I was writing down. But also about that stone. Like I've seen movies too, but I don't know, it just really all ties together. And if Queen Elizabeth is from the line of Judah, which, you know, can be proven, then
Well, actually, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but actually I had, when I was studying my ancestry, it appeared that William Somers, which is a jester of King Henry VIII, could have been a many times great grandfather of mine. Although they say that he never bare children, but there's a real big question there. Okay, so in that process, one of the things that happened was King Henry VIII was part of the Plantagenets, which goes all the way back to the line of David. And one of the things that William Somers got so upset about, and he was an unnatural jester, so he wasn't like one that had a problem. He wrote to the illegitimate daughter of King Henry VIII and begged her to step up. And the reason why he did that was because he said the person that's now in line is not a Plantagenet, is now leaving the kingdom of David when it went after him, which is basically what happened. That's why he was begging her to step forward and claim his, you know, that she was the illegitimate daughter. She was the one that was supposed to be on the throne. So I do believe there's some questions there. You know, can anybody prove anything? Yeah, they can actually go down the historical line and find out that Queen Elizabeth and them really are not the ones that are supposed to be there. And there was a documentary, I think Discovery did, about that, and she in fact was not from the line of King David. And they found the people, ironically, they found the people who really should be the king. And he lived in America. He literally lived in America. And they said, well, why don't you take your place? And he said he absolutely had no desire to do so. So I don't know if those questions, in fact, are the absolute 100% truth, but I do believe there could be some truth in what, what's been revealed to me about that. So I don't know if the Queen was, Charles was, or any of those people. I don't have anything bad to say about Queen Elizabeth. And the reason why I don't have anything bad to say about her is because I saw all of the works that she did while she was in power. And I couldn't find any horrible things to say about her, knowing what she did and how much freedom she gave Scotland and the other countries to make decisions. And to me, I felt like she was put in place for a good reason. I am very worried about who's there now, but I believe that the ultimate peace even that we had to do a lot with her being on the throne during that time, not just us. So whether that stone was the real one or not, whether she should have been the queen or not, no matter what, anyway, we know was the will of our Father. So we shouldn't question it anyway.
Good, Nancy. Eric.
Yeah, I was just looking up the word stone in the Hebrew, and I probably brought this up before, but the even, it's spelled even, or it's pronounced even. And when you look at that, it actually is spelled Aleph Vet as in Av, or the father, and then the middle and the last letter is Vet, which you could also, if you put a dagesh in it, it'd be a bet. It could be a bet Nun Sofit. It actually is Ben, or the son. And then when you go into the New Testament and you read some of the things that are said in there, like in, I think it's Romans 9:30, it says, what shall we say then? The Gentiles who did not pursue righteousness have attained to righteousness, even the righteousness of faith. But Israel, pursuing the law of righteousness, has not attained to the law of righteousness. Why? Because they did not seek it by faith, but as it were by the works of the law. For they stumbled at the stumbling stone, as it is written, behold, I lay in Zion a stumbling stone and a rock of offense, and whomever believes on him will not be put to shame. So it's kind of interesting that he's using this event, the head of Israel was laying on this stone, and that's where he saw, of course, Jacob's ladder, and he sees the angels descending and ascending on it, but it really is not a good translation. It's more descending and ascending on him. And we see the angels ministering to Yeshua in the garden. So it's kind of interesting how this word stone has both the Father and the Son's name in both of it. And then there was one other in Luke 20:17, it talks about, then he looked at them and said, what then is this that is written? The stone which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. Whoever falls on that stone will be broken, but on whoever it falls, it will grind him to powder. And the chief priests and scribes that very hour sought to lay hands on them, but they feared the people, for they knew he had spoken this parable against them. So, I mean, there's just so many places in the scriptures. I think another one is in Acts 2, where it says, Acts 4:8, then Peter, filled with the Holy Spirit, said to them, rulers of the people and elders of Israel, if we this day are judged for a good deed done to a helpless man, by what means he has been made well, let it be known to you all and to all of the people of Israel, that by the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, whom you crucified, whom God raised from the dead, by him this man stands before you whole. This is the stone which was rejected by you builders, which has become the chief cornerstone. Now, nor is there salvation in any other, for there is no name under heaven given by which we must be saved. So it's kind of interesting that the stone they were talking about, what Sambra was talking about in the Tanakh, later on, you see how this stone is pointing to a particular person, a particular being that came in Yeshua meaning God is my salvation. So I just want to kind of look at that and show you the meaning of that word stone. And basically Israel laid his head on, and that's when he had the vision of these angels, and it's almost like the angels didn't even know he existed. So he's heading to the land of where Laban is, and when he comes back to the land, he actually meets the angels again, except they're not going vertical. They actually acknowledge now Jacob when he's coming back to the land. They acknowledge it. I think it's called Mehanim, where he meets the angels coming back to the land. So there's this experience that Jacob has going to Haran and then coming back from Haran back to the land with these angels. Except this time the angels acknowledge him. So I think that's significant when you're talking about the stone that he laid his head on, then anointed it. So that's it.
Thank you, brother. Ryan.
Yeah, speaking of stone, but this is more about the stones. I found it interesting. Sitting here reading I got a commentary on the whole Bible by Jameson, Fawcett, and Brown. But I thought it was interesting to see how there's 3 tribes under one banner, and there's 4 banners. And then when I was reading on this in this commentary, it says that the ensigns or banners were distinguished by their colors, the colors of each tribe being the same as that of the precious stone representing that tribe in the breastplate of the high priest. And we were just talking about how these tribes are surrounding the tabernacle. And where is the breastplate on the high priest? Right near the heart. And who is the high priest? Yeshua.
Amen, brother. Good picture. I like that one. Yeah, it's where was I going? The Levites, they mix among the people. You know, where are the Levites? We need these today. Do you guys know which tribe you belong to? You know, what's it going to take for us to get back together to be this one army that Jehovah has sitting in the wilderness right now? You know, right now we're scattered. Is it going to take the Levites? Because it says that they mingle amongst the people. Are they the ones? Are they the encouragers? Are they the ones who crack the whip? Hey, we need to be learning this. Yes, they are the ones who are supposed to be teaching us the law. So very beautiful picture, and just moving with the colors. I love it with the breastplate. Outstanding.
But Randy, isn't there a something about the people of the coastland that they will be assigned to be Levites? So you don't have to necessarily be blood Levite. You can be adopted Levite, I guess. And so maybe these adopted future Levites are around us, and it could be any one of us.
Very good. Thank you, brother.
This group is leading the way in the truth, I believe.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I was going to say, aren't all of us, I mean, we look at one tribe as being a Levite, but in the end, aren't all of us pushing and trying to walk in what the Torah says to do, to walk in that manner in which Yeshua came and demonstrated how we're supposed to walk it out? I don't know that you could look at one tribe now and say, okay, they were the priests, because to me now we're a priesthood after the order of Melchizedek. And that's what we're supposed to be walking in now. So whatever tribe you belong to, at the time, only the Levites could draw close to God. And I would submit to you guys that I don't know that we were guarding the presence of God. I think we were a buffer to prevent people who didn't belong close to God, to keep them from getting close to God. Because I'm pretty sure the way I'm looking at it is he guarded us. I don't think anyone approached us or that tabernacle unless God allowed it. If his presence was there, he was watching over us. We're the sheep. He's the shepherd. The shepherd guards the sheep, not the other way around. So I would submit to you that we were a buffer to keep strangers from approaching a holy God, because if they got too close, like Nadab and Abihu found out when they offered up, they were, I mean, basically, God doesn't need any protection. God can take care of himself. And I believe that God can take care of us too, as long as we're intimate with him and we're in the shadow of his shelter and we're close to him and intimate, nothing is going to touch us. Nothing is going to come close to us. So I would submit he was guarding us, and the closer we are to him, the safer we are. So it's kind of a conflict. When we get close to holy God, it scares the heck out of us, which it should. But the closer we are to him, the safer we are. And nothing is going to be able to touch us or approach us. In other words, they're worried about all these curses that a witch doctor may do, or that all these other false religions may do. I said, listen, don't worry about the curses from all these false gods. What you got to worry about is the curse coming from our God. And the way that you avoid the curses is you walk in obedience to his word. The more you walk in obedience, the more you'll be blessed by this God. You know, it's not a salvation-based walk. It is a loving-based walk. And Yeshua says, if you love me, you will keep my commandments, as I have loved the Father and kept his commandments. So it's all really about loving him and trusting him, believing enough to act on it, which is called faith. If I believe in something strong enough, that means I'm going to act on it, which is faith. So faith is your belief system in action. And that's what is a hard thing for the church to understand today. If I say I'm keeping the Torah because I love God, or I'm keeping the Torah because I believe God, they want to associate my obedience to the Torah as a work-based salvation. And that's not what I'm doing. I'm doing it because I am saved and I believe every word that comes out of the mouth of God. That's what he says. Man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. If you believe those words, then act on it. Now, this is where we run into a problem. We act on it differently because we interpret it differently. That's where we're having a conflict today. That's why we have 36,000 different denominations. So anyways, I just want to put that out there.
Thank you, brother. Patty.
Okay, this is a little further ahead in Ezekiel chapter 47, verse 22 and 23. It shall come about that you shall divide it by lot for an inheritance among yourselves and among the aliens who stay in your midst, who bring forth sons in your midst, and they shall be to you as the native born among the sons of Israel. They shall be allotted an inheritance with you among the tribes of Israel, and it will come about that in the tribe with which the alien stays, there you shall give him his inheritance. So I guess I don't associate with any one particular tribe. I feel like I've coming in as a foreigner. I think that's in Isaiah 56, or I'd have to look again. But it depends on who we are staying with there in verse 23. So just another side of that.
And to be a true Israelite, blood means nothing ultimately, other than that you are cursed if you're not keeping in obedience to Torah. So it goes to the parable of the grafting in and the pruning out, and that's up to him. And so what tribe, like you say, are we adopted into one of them? We're certainly adopted into Israel, but where do we fit in the character of the tribes, I guess?
Right. It's like we were describing Israel as these faces. So let's just picture the symbolism of these four faces. The wings and the arms of a man denote the sublime. And I'm reading a little commentary over here off of Ezekiel 10:14. It says the qualities of these immediate ministers of the deity, qualities entirely essential to fill up the extent of their duty. The face of a man denotes the intelligence, their intelligence. Of a lion, it's their intrepid courage. Of an ox, their patience and perseverance in labor. And of an eagle, their great penetration, their sublime sight into heavenly things, and their readiness to rise up into all that is great and divine. The wings stretched out signifies their readiness and rapidity in obeying the commands of their master. Does this sound like you guys? It does to me. The wings bent down denotes their profound respect for the Lord of the universe. And the man's arms under the wings show the zeal produces application and labor. I thought that was pretty awesome. So I wanted to share.
That's a good one. Yep.
So that's what we're striving to be right there. Intelligent and we got the zeal and the love for our creator, because that's it. That's what we were created to do. That's what we're created to be. So it's a beautiful picture. Love everything that's being said here. Anything else on Numbers chapter 2? If not, we're going to move on.
Yeah, yes, Randy, Sarkis.
Hey, sure. Sarkis, go ahead, brother.
I think if we read John chapter 1, and he came and tabernacled among us, and that's the picture is he's setting up the stage to tabernacle among his people, and so that they could come to know him as their God, and they are his people. So he's identifying himself with them by coming and dwelling among them, at the same time showing them how to walk with him. Because what we're going to see at night pillar of fire, and daytime pillar of cloud. And so here's the relationship. Yeshua is presenting himself just like Jehovah did in Numbers here. He's going to be demonstrating it as he walks among his people and reminds him of the Torah, reminds him of his relationship with Israel. And that's the imagery we see in John chapter 1.
I want to talk about another stone, and it's Daniel chapter 2, verse 34. While you were yet watching, a rock was cut out, but not by human hands. It struck the statue on its feet of iron and clay and smashed them. Then the iron, the clay, the bronze, the silver, and the gold were broken to pieces, and at the same time, they became chaff on the threshing floor in the summer. The wind came and swept them away without leaving a trace. But the rock that struck the statue became a huge mountain and filled the earth. So all the earthly rulers, all of those are going to be gone. And there will be a mountain coming down out of heaven, filling the whole earth, that is going to be totally lit by the Lord, governed by the Lord. And that's what we're all attaining to, right? We're all wanting to be part of that, the coming, whatever's coming in the future. I'm not sure of the terminology. The 8th day, anyway.
Yeah.
What's coming in Revelation?
Talking about the millennial reign, or are you talking about the 8th day?
The millennial reign, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, the 8th day is when New Jerusalem comes from the sky, and it's that
That's what I'm talking
huge cube or whatever it is. It's a 1/8 the size of the earth.
So
That
in that day, none of what's gone on before is going to really matter, but we do have to be following everything that we're learning now, so that we line up with the requirements, his requirements to enter in.
Yeah. Thank you, Marilyn. Ryan, you have your hand up again, buddy.
Yeah, just real quick. I know we ran through the names in Genesis 49, and Shauna had a question about the scepter. And in my Bible here, I have a part I just want to read real quick before we move on about the Messianic prophecy of Judah. And it says here in Genesis 49:10, stands as one of the most widely accepted Messianic prophecies in Judaism, whereas certain passages are considered by traditional Jewish scholarships as non-Messianic. Jacob's prediction of Messiah's kingship is not. The prayer book Siddur shows this. The scepter shall not depart from Yehuda, nor a scholar from among his descendants until Shiloh arrives, and his will be an assemblage of the nations. Rashi notes that the phrase until Shiloh arrives is in reference to the coming Messiah, to whom the kingdom of Jehovah belongs. In his commentary on Torah, Rashi states that all will bring gifts to the Messiah, who is to be revered. In the Messiah, in the Old Testament, Walter Kaiser writes, two things are foretold in this verse. The tribe of Judah will not cease to exist as a people, and Judah will have a government of its own until the Messiah appears. The word until takes on an inclusive nature to suggest Yehuda's rule will be worldwide and will reach up until the coming of Shiloh and beyond. He continues, thus, Judah will continue to govern until Messiah comes. Shiloh is best understood, therefore, as a cryptic but shorthand form of a personal name for the Messiah. While some may object, it can be shown that there is an old Jewish tradition going back to the Targum of Onkelos that reads, until Messiah come, whereas the Jerusalem Targum reads, until the time King Messiah shall come. Thus, we are more than justified in concluding that this verse is a messianic text that adds to Messiah's credentials the fact that he will govern not only the nation of Israel, but all the nations of the world. Amen to that.
And that Messiah is King David.
Yes, sir. Very good. Very good. Eric, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, when they brought up the idea of the mountain, if you read Matthew 21:21, it says, so Yeshua said to them, assuredly I say to you, if you have faith and do not doubt, you will not only do what's done to the fig tree, but also you will say to this mountain, be removed and be cast into the sea, and it will be done. And whatever things you ask in prayer, believing, you will receive. To me, when I hear about this mountain, and she talked about the mountain that's formed without hands, this rock that's formed without hands, and it creates this mountain. The mountain is where mankind received the words of the Torah of God. If you cast this mountain into the sea, and the sea, I believe, is the sea of people, eventually the earth will be consumed by the Torah. The only ones that will remain here in the eighth day will be those that are walking, breathing, talking, and living by Torah. So these words that we received on Mount Sinai eventually will be cast into the entire world, since the world belongs to God, to Elohim. And from that, he will teach us his words directly. He will be our teacher. We won't have to worry about misinterpreting his scriptures, because he'll give us the proper interpretation. But here he's saying, if you just have a little bit of faith, now this has taken quite some time to get the words that were initially just given to Moses and then translated or given to the children of Israel. But eventually what he's saying here will come to pass, where it says, be removed and be cast into the sea of people, and it will be done. In the end, we'll see the fulfillment of this, where that mountain or the words of Yeshua will be cast into the sea of people, and we will all believe. So it's kind of interesting when you see something as small as that, be removed and be cast into the sea, and it will be done. That will eventually occur. That will eventually happen. But so few words, but such a huge impact on our world.
Amen. Amen. Anyone else? All right. We're going to go to Ezekiel. We have 43, 44, 45, and 46. And we have Sombra, our first one.
Ezekiel 43 from the JPS, Jewish Publication Society. And then he led me to a gate, the gate that faced east. And there, coming from the east, With a roar like the roar of mighty waters was the presence of the God of Israel, and the earth was lit up by his presence. The vision was like the vision I had seen when I came to destroy the city, the very same vision that I had seen by the Chabar Canal. Forthwith, I fell on my face. The presence of Jehovah entered the temple by the gate that faced eastward. A spirit carried me into the inner court, and lo, the presence of Jehovah filled the temple, and I heard speech addressed to me from the temple, though the man was standing beside me. It said to me, O mortal, this is the place of my throne and the place for the soles of my feet, where I will dwell in the midst of the people Israel forever. The house of Israel and their kings must not again defile my holy name by their apostasy and by the corpses of their kings at their death, when they place their threshold next to my threshold and their doorposts next to my doorposts, with only a wall between me and them. They would defile my holy name by the abominations that they committed, and I consumed them in my anger. Therefore, let them put their apostasy and the corpses of their kings far from me, and I will dwell among them forever. Now you, O mortal, describe the temple to the house of Israel, and let them measure its design, but let them be ashamed of their iniquities. When they are ashamed of all they have done, make known to them the plan of the temple and its layout, its exits and its entrances, its entire plan, and all the laws and the instructions pertaining to its entire plan. Write it down before their eyes, that they may faithfully follow its entire plan and all its laws. Such are the instructions for the temple on top of the mountain. The entire area of its enclosure shall be most holy. Thus far the instructions for the temple. Thus far the instructions for the temple. And these are the dimensions of the altar in cubits, where each is a cubit and a handbreadth. The trench shall be a cubit deep and a cubit wide, with a rim 1 span high around its edge. And the height shall be as follows: from the trench in the ground to the lower edge, which shall be a cubit wide, 2 cubits from the lower edge to the upper ledge, which shall likewise be a cubit wide, 4 cubits. And the height of the altar hearth shall be 4 cubits, with 4 horns projecting upward from the hearth, 4 cubits. Now the hearth shall be 12 cubits long and 12 broad, square, with 4 equal sides. Hence, the upper base shall be 14 cubits broad, with 4 equal sides. The surrounding rim shall be half a cubit high, and the surrounding trench shall measure 1 cubit, and the ramp shall face east. And then he said to me, O mortal, thus said Jehovah Elohim, these are the directions for the altar on the day it is erected, so that burnt offerings may be offered up on it and blood dashed against it. You shall give to the Levitical priests who are of the stock of Zadok, and so eligible to minister to me, declares Jehovah Elohim. A young bull of the herd for a sin offering. You shall take some of its blood and apply it to the 4 horns of the altar, to the 4 corners of the base, and to the surrounding rim. Thus you shall purge it and perform purification upon it. And then you shall take the bull of sin offering and burn it in the designated area of the temple outside the sanctuary. On the following day, you shall offer a goat without blemish as a sin offering, and the altar shall be purged with it, just as it was purged with the bull. And when you have completed the ritual of purging, You shall offer a bull of the herd without blemish and a ram of the flock without blemish. Offer them to Jehovah. Let the priest throw salt on them and offer them up as a burnt offering to Jehovah. Every day for 7 days you shall present a goat of sin offering, as well as a bull of the herd and a ram of the flock. You shall present unblemished ones. 7 days they shall purge the altar and cleanse it. Thus shall it be consecrated. And when these days are over, then from the 8th day onward, the priest shall offer your burnt offerings and your offerings of well-being on the altar. And I will extend my favor to you, declares Jehovah Elohim.
Kisandra? Anything on this, or do we need to go to 44 to keep it going? Anybody? Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I really enjoy the exactness of the dimensions that he's giving us. So he's not leaving it to chance that we would do something that doesn't meet his qualifications or his specifications. There's some things he's not always, like when he gave us the ZZ. He never told us how we're supposed to create that, what we're supposed to do. It just has to have that one blue thread, and he doesn't tell us what other colors the other threads have to be, but one has to be blue. So I love the way that he already knows what we need for the exactness of building something that will please him. And in the areas that we can't do it, he actually gave them the Ruach, the spirit, to be able for the artisans to, or artisans, I keep saying artisans, the artisans to build what they needed to build. Like I think it was the menorah, and there were certain things that they couldn't do without the Ruach, without the spirit. And I find it fascinating that he will tell us to do a job, but he doesn't want us to necessarily flounder at it. He gives us specific instructions on how to build the altar, how to build this to please him. So if we follow what he says to do, and I think anyone who's an engineer, anyone who's a carpenter, anyone who does any kind of measurements down to the details, down to the design, and then taking a design and then making it real, that's probably one of the most difficult things to do, is to take something in someone's mind and create something that is actually functional and functions the way that it should. And what I see when I see him doing this, insofar as the building of the tabernacle, his character is not just for the tabernacle, but it's also for us saying, okay, here are my statutes, here are my commandments, and here are my laws. But in order for you to do them correctly and the way that I want you to do them, I have to give you the Ruach. I have to give you the empowerment. Do you want that? Are you willing to ask for that? Are you willing to humble yourself to be able to walk correctly in what? So we've got, literally says knowledge puffs up, but if you just have knowledge, it will, I think, makes you arrogant, it puffs you up, it makes you haughty. But if you realize that even with the word, you need the power of the Ruach, the Holy Spirit, to do it correctly in the way that it was intended to be done by God, not to take it and twist it to how you want to use the word, but you want to be a bondservant to God, and you want to figure out how he wants to apply it in all situations. And it's so important to him that he says, with the same mercy you show someone else is the mercy I'm going to show you. The way you treat someone else is how I'm going to treat you. You know, and it says, if you say you love me, but you hate my creation, the truth is not in you and you're a liar. So he makes a lot of this, like I see a picture in the holies where you have the table of showbread there, but what illuminates that showbread and what illuminates the ability for the priest to go in there and minister in there is the menorah. And I see the menorah comes from a tree, and that menorah is the oil the very sanctified oil that they use to burn in that menorah, but that light illuminates the showbread. And you need that light in order to move around, to do and function well inside of the holies. If you didn't have the menorah, it'd be pitch black and we couldn't do it. So I see him physically building these things to teach us spiritual lessons and how we're supposed to walk with him and do it appropriately and do it correctly, and not go around judging other people and working out their salvation. It tells us to work out our salvation with fear and trembling. I'm not now. If someone asks me a question, do I give them my opinion? Yes, but it's not my job to judge where they're standing with God. That's between them and God. But if I can offer them advice, if I can offer them an insight to the scriptures, that's our job as priests. That's what we're supposed to do, is help people draw closer to God, not judge them in a way that would make them feel bad, but help them out to draw closer to God. That's our job as best we can. So that's it.
Very good. Thank you. Sombra.
Well, as I was reading it, I was just thinking, Kurt, build me one, because, you know, parts of it is like, what's a cubit when you're talking about a cubit and a handbreadth? What does that mean? I mean, I know a cubit is supposed to be from here to here. So if a cubit and a handbreadth, then that's a cubit. You know, I don't know these things. And is it my cubit or is it Stuart's cubit, which is going to be a lot longer than my cubit? But maybe that's part of the point, right? Maybe the point is this is actually a personal thing, you know, but at the same time, it's also a national thing. This is for the whole nation. And I kind of love that it's telling us that there are going to be sacrifices and sacrifices of purification, and then sacrifices for the ritual purging, and then burnt offerings, which is the minka, and sin offerings. What do you mean sin offerings? How can we be offering sin offerings? Isn't this after, in the new heaven and the new earth, and we're offering sin offerings? You know, just because we live by Torah doesn't mean that we're always perfect. It means we're always correcting, you know, always correcting and always laying down our sins, as opposed to the other group of people who reject the Torah and they're perfectly happy living in their sins and they're never correcting. When we are a people of Torah, it's like, was it Eric that just said, it's not my job to look at somebody else's walk and judge their walk. Now, when they share with me, it is my responsibility that I measure what they are saying against the truth of Torah. I do have to have open ears, and I have to listen, and I have to receive their wisdom, but I have to receive their message and judge whether it's wisdom or not, or whether it's folly, because if it's folly, I need to purge it. If it's wisdom, I need to add it to my wisdom so that I have even greater wisdom by them sharing with me. But we tend to reject what other people have to say. If we think that they're from a different group, we shut them out, we shun them, and we shouldn't, because that's living in fear. I don't want to live in fear. I want to welcome what other people have to say. I want to listen with an open heart and open ears, but I also need to measure it against what it says in the word, so that I know if it's wisdom, if it's folly. And I can add it to what I already know. And I can be encouraged, enhanced, lifted up. I can grow through listening to other people. Yeah, that was all over the place.
Just for your knowledge, I guess, the cubit in question here, I think, is a 21-inch cubit. It's in my Bible's margin. It says it's a royal cubit that is 21 inches. So that's significantly more than 18. It adds up. Anyways.
Thank you, Kurt. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, just real quick. It says here in my word that these measurements of the altar in cubits. And then in parentheses, it says a cubic here is defined as a normal cubic, which is 18 inches plus a hand breadth, 3 inches, so 21 inches. But real quick, up there in verse 12, it says, this is Torah for the house. The whole surrounding area on the mountaintop will be especially holy. This is Torah for the house. So these are the laws.
Yeah. Eric, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know if it's my strange way of thinking or that I have an engineer type of mind. I don't know what this is or why I feel this way, but kind of like with Noah, when he created Noah and he was going to have him, he knew he was going to have him build that ark. I got to believe that God has got this so under control that when he tells the artisans in the tabernacle or the Mishkan, and he tells Noah to build this ark, that Noah's hand, his cubic, that his hand was exactly as long as God needed it to be, because he designed him to build that ark. So the length from his elbow to his fingers, since they really didn't have tape measures that I know of back then, they might have marked it on wood or something like that. But the easiest thing and the easiest way, a lot of times, if you don't have this tape measure, if you don't have a laser type of measuring device when you're trying to measure the length of something, is use your arm, use your hand. And I got to believe that God designed certain people for certain jobs at a certain time, and he knew exactly how long and how big these needed to be. Now, if we want to standardize it, now humans are getting involved with the design of God. I'm not saying that that's bad or good. I'm just saying when we go to standards and say, let's call it 18 centimeters, let's call it whatever you want to call it. Now we've kind of taken God's design and God's control over things, and now we're putting it in men's ways. And sometimes I don't know that that's good or bad. I can't comment one way or the other. But I got to believe that when he creates these men to do these specific jobs, the measurements of their hands is controlled by God, from the elbow to the fingers and their hand breadth. I got to believe that God is in such control. That's just the way I think, though. I may be wrong, but I got to believe in such control that the artisans that we're going to do the Ark of the Covenant, that we're going to do everything. And anytime he gives a measurement to a specific group of people, there's one person that's going to do it, and he already knows who that person is. And the length of his arm is going to be exactly what he needs for those dimensions to work perfectly. But that's just my way of thinking. I could be totally off base here. I was just wanted to put that out there. So
I just love, again, that picture of the arm, right? It's your reach, right? The length of your arm is your reach. In other words, what effect are you having on your community? To whom are you able to witness and effect change?
Right. And each person individually is different. And I think God has different jobs for different people, but all of them are important. And I think we need to understand that, a person's ability to discern something, or a person's ability to pass on and be able to teach someone else and bring them up in a higher walk than what they were before. Yeshua did it perfectly. I mean, he met everyone where they were at and brought them to where he wanted to go. I mean, the one that got me the most was him going to the Samaritan woman, and a Jew male. I don't know if he's wearing necessarily the tzitzit or the garment. He's probably wearing a tallit. But for a male Jew to go to Samaria and ask a female who's there at the well by herself, give me drink. I can't tell you how many what do you call it? The norm is how many things he smashed.
Broke the cultural rules. He broke.
That's it. I mean, how many rules did he break by a man who's a priest asking a female who's being shunned by the rest of their community at a well by himself? And he goes, give me drink. She's going, well, you really, this totally caught her by surprise, but because he reached out to this woman who was being shunned by the entire community, from what I can tell, because she was there alone. So that's an assumption on my part. He ends up using her to bring the gospel, the good news of who he was and why he was there, they ended up now believing that he was the Mashiach, he was the Messiah, because he reached out to this woman and basically, they were saying, aren't you hungry? And he goes, no, you don't understand. I have food that I'm consuming here. It's in the spiritual realm. He wasn't hungry at all because he and this woman were interacting. And basically, it's probably the closest place where he actually says, the one you're waiting for, I am he. It's kind of like I am the guy you're waiting for. He says, in the future, you're going to worship the Father in spirit and in truth. So I'm amazed. And what's amazing about it is he doesn't treat her as less than anyone else, as less than a human being. He doesn't treat her as chattel. He doesn't treat her like she's stupid. But what he's trying to do, he says, if you would just ask of the water that I have for you, this living water will be with you for eternity. He says, I need to get you to ask. And that's the character of God, is we don't have because we don't ask. And I think that's behooving on all of us. If we admit that we lack wisdom, if we ask of him, which to me, wisdom is his word revealed by the Spirit. If we ask of him, he will freely give it to us, but we need to ask on a daily basis. Fill me with your word and give me revelation by your Spirit.
Amen. Thank you, brother. Brian, go ahead, bud.
Yeah, real quick, this is just a question because of what Sombra has said about the sin and it being in the 8th day. Because I'm reading from verse 25 here, and it says every day for 7 days. I'm thinking a day as a millennial year here. You are to prepare a goat as a sin offering. They are also to prepare a young bull and a ram from the flock without defect. For 7 days, they are to make atonement for the altar and cleanse it. In this way, they are to consecrate it. When these days are over, then on the 8th day and afterwards, the priest will present your burnt offerings on the altar and your peace offerings, and I will accept you, says Jehovah God. There's nothing about sin offerings in that 8th day. Just a question.
I like how that's put together. Finally we're accepted on the 8th day forever. No more needed after that. So after the 7 days, though, I like that.
And the more we grow in intimacy with Jehovah, the more we have the potential for sin, but we choose not to. It's like our skill level has been honed to perfection.
Yeah, I just found that interesting. When you look at it as a millennial, like 1,000 years, it just kind of popped out off the pages at me like that after you had said something, Sombra, about the sin being in the 8th millennium. So yeah, I don't know, I just had to throw it out there.
Good, thank you, Rick. Anybody else on Ezekiel 43? All righty. We have Ella for 44.
Okay, chapter 44.
Thank you.
Then he brought me back the way of the gate of the outward sanctuary, which looks toward the east, and it was shut. Then says Jehovah unto me, This gate shall be shut, it shall not be opened, and no man shall enter in by it, because Jehovah, the God of Israel, has entered in by it, therefore it shall be shut. It is for the prince he shall sit in it, to eat bread before Jehovah. He shall enter by the way of the porch of that gate, and shall go out by the way of the same. Then he brought me the way of the north gate before the house. And I looked, and behold, the glory of Jehovah filled the house of Jehovah, and I fell upon my face. And Jehovah said unto me, Son of man, mark well, and behold with your eyes, and hear with your ears all that I say unto you concerning all the ordinances of the house of Jehovah, and all the laws thereof, and mark well the entering in of the house, with every going forth of the sanctuary. And you shall say to the rebellious, even to the house of Israel, thus says Jehovah, O you house of Israel, let it suffice you for all your abominations, in that you have brought into my sanctuary strangers, uncircumcised in heart and uncircumcised in flesh, to be in my sanctuary, to pollute it, even my house, when you offer my bread, the fat and the blood, and they have broken my covenant because of all your abominations. And you have not kept the charge of my holy things, but you have set keepers of my charge in my sanctuary for yourselves. Thus saith Jehovah, no stranger, uncircumcised in heart, nor uncircumcised in flesh, shall enter into my sanctuary of any stranger that is among the children of Israel. And the Israelites, and the Levites, that are gone away far from me, when Israel went astray, which went astray away from me after their idols, they shall even bear their iniquity. Yet they shall be ministers in my sanctuary, having charge at the gates of the house, and ministering to the house. They shall slay the burnt offering and the sacrifice for the people, and they shall stand before them to minister unto them. Because they ministered unto them before their idols, and caused the house of Israel to fall into iniquity, therefore have I lifted up my hand against them, says Jehovah, and they shall bear their iniquity. And they shall not come near unto me to do the office of a priest unto me, nor to come near to any of my holy things in the most holy place, but they shall bear their shame and their abominations which they have committed. But I will make them keepers of the charge of the house for all the service thereof, and for all that shall be done therein. But the priests, the Levites, the sons of Zadok, that kept the charge of my sanctuary when the children of Israel went astray from me, they shall come near to me to minister unto me, and they shall stand before me to offer unto me the fat and the blood, says Jehovah. They shall enter into my sanctuary, and they shall come near to my table to minister unto me, and they shall keep my charge. And it shall come to pass that when they enter in at the gates of the inner court, they shall be clothed with linen garments, and no wool shall come upon them while they minister in the gates of the inner court and within. They shall have linen bonnets upon their heads, and shall have linen breeches upon their loins. They shall not gird themselves with anything that causes sweat. And when they go forth into the utter court, into the utter court to the people, they shall put off their garments wherein they ministered, and lay them in the holy chambers, and they shall put on other garments, and they shall not sanctify the people with their garments. Neither shall they shave their heads, nor suffer their locks to grow long. They shall only poll their heads. Neither shall any priest drink wine when they enter into the inner court. Neither shall they take for their wives a widow, nor nor her that is put away, but they shall take maidens of the seed of the house of Israel, or a widow that had a priest before. And they shall teach my people the difference between the holy and profane, and cause them to discern between the unclean and the clean. And in controversy they shall stand in judgment, and they shall judge it according to my judgments, and they shall keep my laws and my statutes in all my assemblies, and they shall hallow my Sabbaths. And they shall come at no dead person to defile themselves, but for father or for mother, or for son or for daughter, for brother or for sister that has had no husband, they may defile themselves. And after it is cleansed, they shall reckon unto him 7 days. And in the day that he goes into the sanctuary, unto the inner court, to minister in the sanctuary, he shall offer his sin offering, says Jehovah. And it shall be unto them for an inheritance. I am their inheritance. And ye shall give them no possession in Israel. I am their possession. They shall eat the meat offering, and the sin offering, and the trespass offering, and every dedicated thing in Israel shall be theirs. And the first of all, the first fruits of all things, and every oblation of every sort of your oblation shall be the priest. You shall also give unto the priest the first of your dough, that he may cause a blessing to rest in your house. The priest shall not eat of anything that is dead of itself, or torn, whether it be fowl or beast.
Thank you, Ella.
You're welcome.
That sounded like Ezekiel was just quoting from Leviticus. You know, he was going down the rules and regulations, what we just got done reading, what priests are supposed to do, how you're to do it, who can do it, who can't do it. So it's just beautiful. Ezekiel is just giving us the lowdown again. Yes, Eric.
Yeah, I try and point this out to people that today think that the law has been done away with. I said, well, then what about in Ezekiel? It says, and you have not kept charge of my holy things, but you have set others to keep charge of my sanctuary for you. Thus says the Lord God, no foreigner, uncircumcised in heart or uncircumcised in flesh shall enter my sanctuary, including any foreigner who is among the children of Israel. I said, if he's done away with circumcision, then why is he saying in Ezekiel, he's going to require it to enter into his sanctuary? And they have a real hard time with that. Now, I am not in any way saying or coming or trying to make the point to them that you have to be circumcised to be saved. I'm just saying you have to be circumcised to draw close to God. So when you draw close to this God, the God that we worship, he is holy. And I don't think right now we can point to anything on the earth and say, well, see that over there, that's holy. I don't think we have a clue how holy this God is. But I do believe if we want to approach him, we have to do it in a certain way, even in the flesh that we're at right now. Now, when we're resurrected and we have this new body, this body, hopefully, I'm thinking, is without the sin. At that point, I don't know that we're going to have to offer up sacrifices anymore, because our renewed body and our renewed heart will allow us to approach this God. I don't know if there's going to be a certain way to approach him in our renewed body, but it sounds like he'll be among and living here on earth among us. And I think those that have the renewed heart, mind, and body are going to be safe. But if you're not renewed, you're not going to be around. So, and the other thing too is in the days of John, when he said it, when he basically had to baptize Yeshua, a lot of people miss the fact that I believe that John was giving back to Yeshua the priesthood that he had originally given to the Levites. And that's one of the reasons why John says, being the high priest, he said he must increase and I must decrease. And here you see it in Ezekiel, where the Levites, because of them leading the house of Israel astray, they're in the outer court and they're ministering to the people, but they're forbidden to come into the holy or holy of holies close to God. Only the sons of Zadok. And I find it interesting that the sons of Zadok is one of the root words of Melchizedek. So this order that we see coming in here, you see the Levites further away from God, and the sons of Zadok are ministering in the holy and the holy of holies. So they're drawing close to God. So I see the priesthood is slowly changing from the Levites, who were the priesthood on the earth, and it's slowly changing over and transitioning to the priesthood that's in heaven, which Yeshua is the high priest of that particular priesthood. It's a heavenly priesthood. And the one thing I can't find, if someone knows about this, it talks about what the priest has to do at the death of his wife. In other words, can he attend? Can he participate in that? But I never see anything in the scriptures about the death of the high priest, of the wife of the high priest. And I find that interesting. Is that pointing to the fact that if we are married, or if we are the bride of the high priest, we will not suffer permanent death? And I find it interesting that the scriptures don't talk about that. That's not, I can't find it in the scriptures where it's talking about the death of the wife of the high priest. Because if we are truly his wife, will we suffer death temporarily? Yes, but not all of us will suffer that. We may be translated, but in the end, we will not suffer death permanently if we are his wife. And I find it interesting that the law doesn't have anything, or doesn't say anything about that. Just kind of interesting. I always look at what the law says, And I think what the law doesn't say speaks volumes more. It screams at me when I don't hear something in the law. So that's just the way I kind of look at it. So
Thank you, brother. Go ahead, Ella.
One comment, I guess, and then a question kind of. In verse 24, the people using the Hallel calendar, they say that, the Judah has given the scepter and they can discern and tell us, the Sanhedrin tell us when that they should be doing starting the festivals and whatever. But I take in this verse, and in controversy they shall stand in judgment. These are the priests, the Levites. And they shall judge it according to my judgments. And they shall keep my laws and my statutes in all my assemblies, and they shall hallow my Sabbaths. And so the thing that I always say to people is, yes, they were given the right, but they were to do it correctly. They were to establish the calendar, or, observe the new moon, observe the barley to start the year. They were to establish that correctly, not according to their own judgments. That's just my feeling and my comment on that. And then the other question, then verse 1, he brought me back the way of the gate of the outward sanctuary, which looks toward the east, and it was shut. And are we talking about prophetic time? But it is shut right now, that the eastern gate is closed, and, they put a cemetery there, supposedly that Yeshua would not come through that. But the gate, then the Lord said unto me, this gate shall be shut, it shall not be opened, and no man shall enter in by it, because Jehovah, the God of Israel, has entered in by it, therefore shall be shut. But it is for the prince, he shall sit in to eat bread before the Jehovah. So is that talking about King David coming through that eastern gate?
Amen. That's what it sounds like to me. I definitely believe that is King David. Understanding here that he will be the one ruling and reigning that 7th millennial day. So absolutely, it's exciting stuff.
So that kind of follows along with what Ryan was saying in the 43, talking about the 7 days, millennial days, and the 8th day. And it kind of leads into that, when the gate would be open.
About verse 20, where it says, in their heads they shall not shave, nor shall they let their hair grow long. They shall keep it. It says their hair well trimmed, but that's not the word I was looking for. What was your translation on that, Ella?
Poll, P-O-L-L.
Which is what? And from my understanding, when I was learning with Michael Root, is just basically a handful of hair in the back of your head, and then you cut off what's on the outside of your hand. Is that the proper definition?
Yeah.
Means shear.
What is that, brother?
Only
Shear. To cut, clip, trim, or shear.
All right. And again, just going down the list of what we just got done learning when we were doing Leviticus, even verse 21, no priest is to drink wine when he comes into the court. So that's just no drinking at work, guys. Pretty simple stuff there. So
back on verse 20, Randy, nor suffer their locks to grow long. And, they have the peyote, you wonder how they allow that, the Jews, when the kids wear those, and some of the Orthodox, I guess, have the locks on the side of their, whatever you call that, sideburn thing.
I think that's just where they kind of don't trim the corners is the explanation on that. Of course, again, just man-made understanding.
Suffer their locks to grow long. They're not to. Is that saying that they don't let them grow long, or they do let them grow long? Nor suffer their locks to grow long.
Correct. So that would mean that would keep it short, in my understanding.
So me being the guy with the long hair around here, there's a little bit of I've been kind of trying to figure this out since I discovered it last week. There's a bit of an issue. The word long is not in Strong's Concordance. For Ezekiel 44 or 45, whatever that is, there's a blank beside it. So the word long is one that's been added. I'm not trying to wiggle out of everything, but that's the truth. Excuse me.
There is to grow long.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. H7971.
Yep.
Well, look it up in your, maybe there's a problem with my paper concordance, but my book that this thing's, what year we got here? I don't know. I've had it for 25 years, probably, this book, 1982, or no, what is it? Doesn't matter. I've had it for 25 years, and the word long is not there. So, is it indeed an added word? I see it in the electronic versions on the computer. I see it in eSword. It's there, but not in the Strong's. So I think before I go and hack all my hair off, there's going to have to be some more digging. And
Well, I am in the King James, Kurt, and it does not have long italicized, which would mean that it was added. I mean, it shows it as normal.
right. Well, that's why I gotta.
So
there's a problem, I think.
I found the word long by itself, H748. Oric.
We're reading in Ezekiel 44 verse 20, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got other places where it's talking about the cubits, in 43 where we were talking about 12 cubits long. Yes, there's a word there, 753.
Yep.
And then when we get to Ezekiel 44:20, there's a blank beside it.
Kurt, I've heard that during wartime, when they used Indians as guides, and when they made them cut their hair, then they no longer were able to perceive things that they needed to, for what they were doing. So it may have some validity to the fact of growing your hair long to get a connection to spiritual things. Who knows?
Yeah, it's another one of those. It's an interesting thing, right? I don't think I'm a priest yet, so I guess I'm safe. Am I?
That's what this regulation is for. It's for the Levitical priest who actually served. So yes, sir. This would be in his government is the qualification.
So I guess if I get chosen to be in that government, then I guess they're going to sit me down and give me a haircut, among other things.
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry, Kurt. Were you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Thank you, brother. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is one of these cases where we can go to the Ruach and ask questions about this. And if he's really worried about doing something wrong, we can give our opinion. But I believe this is one of these cases where if he's worried about doing something wrong that's anti-Torah or what God wants, that's where we can pray. Now, I'm not saying that the Spirit's going to answer you anytime soon, but I can look at the scriptures, and when you take a Nazirite vow, you don't cut your hair with that. And when they did that with Samson, him being a judge of Israel, he lost his strength for a little while. But guess what? The hair started to grow back. And in his strength, he tore down the temple of the false god. So he basically cried out to God, if you would just give me the strength to tear it down. And in that, he killed more, I guess, was it the Philistines? I'm pretty sure it was the Philistines. He killed more of them in his death than he did while he was alive. But yet, he was considered a judge, a Nazirite vow from the womb. So having long hair is not necessarily against it. And to me, the way I look at it is, we're priests right now of the not the Levitical order, the earthly one, but of the Melchizedek order. So spiritually, if you're trying to walk in Torah and keep Torah, I believe if we're having a hard time with it, that we need to seek revelation from the Spirit on everything, from the small things to the great. You know, it's one of these things where I have yet not had the Spirit ask or answer a question I've asked of the Spirit. So it's something that the Spirit has never let me down whenever I asked a question. What you have to be careful of is a lot of times men offer their opinions, but they make it sound like it's a fact. And I'm very cautious about trying to give someone, unless I know for sure that I've received it from the Spirit, I'm very careful about offering up something as this is for sure. So I'm very careful about that, that I said, now this is my opinion, and this is the reason why I have my opinion. And I give them the reason that way. But unless you really receive it from the Ruach, from the breath of God, from the teacher of God, you know, other people's opinions may be valid or they may not, but it has to line up with what the Spirit is teaching us. So.
Amen. And I believe that we're fearfully and wonderfully made. So he wants men to look like men and women to look like women. So take that however we can, you know. So there's no confusion with him. So if you're a man, look like a man. You know, if you got a man with a ponytail, with whatever, then so be it. You look like a man. You know, it's a good thing.
Randy, I've heard in that discussion about women wearing pants or whatever, you know, that was talking about that women should not wear military garb.
Okay.
And also, you know, when the priests were told to have pants or underpants or whatever to go up the steps into the temple, you know, men were wearing robes, I guess, and then they were told to wear the pants. I would think it'd be more important for a woman to have pants on if she's going up the stairs. Anyway, just
yes, ma'am. I believe that. I don't guess we ever see anywhere in the scriptures where it says women go to war, do they? So it's another thing here in America that I disapprove of, allowing our ladies to do that. I think the best healer for a man is a woman, and saying, hey, you're going to toughen up, get better, you're going to be okay. That kind of thing is the place. But, and I'm not sexist, don't get me wrong. So I love y'all. That's not what it's about. I'd rather y'all not be there. So it's for the men to fight, and I have no problem with the men fighting. So.
But then we have that word Eshes Chayil, that
Oh.
woman of valor, right? She is a warrior woman. That doesn't necessarily mean she goes into physical battle. It means she goes into spiritual battle.
Yeah.
However, on the other hand, I do believe that the women did in a form go to war, but in a support role, right? They are there to shield the men when the man goes down. So it's a different role. It's not the aggressive, sword and spear thing. It's the shield. It's a protective role.
I like that.
I got a small comment about that. I was in the reserves. I served in the reserves for just a few months. It was short time. The Canadian reserves, so military. And I don't know why, but each time I went on to a course, I was assigned a female fire partner. So that's who your buddy is, right? Is your fire partner. I got assigned a female. Well, okay, that's fine. They were kind of nice, but when it come right down to it, I would not want one of those girls to have to carry me to safety off of the battlefield. It was not going to happen. I could pick them up, even though the one girl was a little big, but I could pick them up and carry them, but there was no way that those girls were going to carry me. And, they're just, I don't know, I know there's girls out there that could pick me up and carry me away. But I wouldn't want to have to trust my life. You know, I think it's just plain wrong for that to happen. And we're probably going to suffer for those practices. All of these things that we do as a nation, we're going to suffer for these things where we're not obedient. That's all.
Sir, amen. Brian, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I know. We're looking at the fact that the people, when they went to war, they wore trousers. But what about the priesthood? The priesthood, they wore linen breeches. Could this be a reference or an indication that the women were not allowed to become priests and act in the function of the priesthood, of a Levitical priesthood? I'm not talking about Melchizedek, because we will all be kings and priests. We'll all be priests in the millennial. But could this women not wearing men's clothes be referring to the priesthood? Just my thought.
Anybody? Go ahead, Eric.
I think another reason why the women weren't necessarily priests, at least here on earth, was when they had the week of Nidal, when they were unclean for that week, if they were in the childbearing years. So that may have something to do with it also. But I was in the military for 8 years. I was in the Air Force and I was in a combat squadron. And we could allow women to do what we did. The problem was, if we got shot down, you don't want to have a woman in a prison of war camp in some countries, because more than likely they won't make it out alive, because they're treated like chattel. They're treated like they're less than dogs. So to me, I think women have the ability to do everything that a man can. I just don't know if it's wise to put a woman in a position to where she could become a prisoner of war, because that would be ugly in most of these countries that are out there, because they have absolutely no respect for women, not like we do over here. And they were fine. They were able to operate the equipment as good as a man. It's just whether or not they could be shot down. And to me, if you're shot down in the wrong country, particularly if it's a Muslim country with kind of like what's going on with Iran right now, that one woman that got killed because she wasn't wearing a hijab. You know, I mean, that's going on. That's affecting everyone right now throughout the world, how they're treating the women. And I don't know that it's a good idea to put now in a support role. If they're going to take care of a support aircraft, 141s, C5, stuff like that, no problem with that. But the chances of those aircraft being shot down is pretty remote. So, but insofar as a woman flying frontline fighter aircraft or frontline weapon systems, I don't know if that's a real good idea because of that. So that's just what I've seen in my experience in the military. So.
And yes, in Israel, men and women serve. So
we see that when the Israelites took, they go into battle and they win, they take the women and children anyhow. And they either turn them into slaves or they turn them into wives. And I hear what you're saying about these Muslim countries and stuff, that you don't want, and it's chivalrous and it's good and it's right to say that you want to protect the women in your military or the women in your community. But the truth is, if we lose that battle, we women are going to get taken anyhow. Sure, you don't want to intentionally put a woman in harm's way. The whole purpose is you're supposed to be protecting the women and the children. And so it behooves us women to be women warriors, warriors in a different way. warriors strong and capable of defending our space should the men fail. And that's a whole nother can of worms that I'm not trying to get into either. But, you know, we women, we have to stand guard too. We do have to be on our guard, and we do have to be strong. We do have to be capable. And no, I don't think we're supposed to be the front line, but we're definitely the rear guard, right?
I would agree with that insofar as the support and rear guard. I don't know that we ever fought a war to where it was so close that we were going to fail and the women were going to be taken. In today, the wars we fight today are so different from what they fought in the ancient days. I mean, they wiped out entire groups of people. And a lot of times it was at the urging of God saying, take them all out.
Right.
And even Saul didn't obey God.
Right.
And I guess was it an Amalekite later on, Haman? He survived it because of Saul being disobedient to the order of God. So there are times, but like where I have a problem is, listen, if a woman really wants to be a SEAL, I don't have a problem with that. But don't change the standards for her.
Right.
She either meets the standards or she doesn't.
Right.
Just like a woman becoming working for the fire department. Okay, great. If she wants to work for the fire department, then she has to carry a certain amount of weight up and down the ladder. If she can't do it, you don't compromise the standards to get her in there.
It's the same thing for EMTs though. EMTs have to be able to carry a person up and down the stairs too.
Right. So
Yep.
don't compromise. Now listen, if they want to do that, that's dangerous too. If they want to do stuff like that, I don't have a problem with that. But what we're doing right now is we're compromising the standards. And I saw when I was there, I was based in Laughlin, and I'm sure it was political, and I can't prove that. But they would give women that were having a hard time meeting the standards of training, they would give them more flights. They would give them more chances. They would give them, in other words, the way they treated, because there were so few of them in the military, they were giving them a lot more chances to make a lot more mistakes. And you have to meet a certain criteria with a certain number of training sessions. If you don't meet it, then you're busted. I saw guys get busted out, but the women they kept working with. And I'm like going, okay, I understand why they're pushing this, but it's not just to do that with them. And yet a guy comes in, if he were to make the same mistakes, he's gone. He's kind of kicked out of the program. He didn't make it. He's cut. Yeah. And that is not what, in my mind, just to do it that way. Either they're going to meet the criteria in the specific number of training sessions, or they're gone, male or female. I don't care. And I don't care the color either. I don't care about the color. I care about the person's ability to do what they're supposed to be able to do.
Right.
Because you're working with those people. Those people are on your wing. You're in formation with these people. If they don't know how to fly formation, they're going to end up taking out the whole formation. So just a thought. I
took a Krav Maga class, and the last day, my sparring partner was a guy. And, it's the last class. So you've got all the hits and punches and everything that you know how to do. And this guy's holding this bag and I'm hitting and punching. And he says, wow, you hit really hard. Made me happy.
Brian, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, real quick. Back here in Exodus, it talks about the priestly garments. And it says here, let me see, on 28, 42, also make for them linen shorts reaching from waist to thigh to cover their bare flesh. Aaron and his sons are to wear them when they go into the tent of meeting and when they approach the altar to minister in the holy place, so that they won't incur guilt and die. This is to be a perpetual regulation, both for him and for his descendants.
All right, brother, thank you for that. Anything more on chapter 44? All right, let's go to Patty reading chapter 45, please.
Okay, let me know if this doesn't come through very well, because recently I'm not always hearing everyone else very well, so we'll give it a try. Ezekiel 45. And when you divide the land by lot into inheritance, offer a contribution to Jehovah, a set apart portion of the land, in length 25,000 cubits long, and in width 10,000, this being set apart throughout its borders all around. Of this, a square plot is to be for the set apart place, 500 by 500, with 50 cubits around it for an open space. And from this measure, you are to measure 25,000 cubits long and 10,000 wide. And in it is to be the set apart place, the most set apart place. This is to be a set apart portion of the land, belonging to the priests, the attendants of the set apart place, who draw near to serve Jehovah. And it shall be a place for their houses, and set apart ground for the set apart place. And 25,000 cubits in length and 10,000 in width is for the Levites, the attendants of the house, for them for a possession, 20 rooms. And give the city as possession 5,000 cubits wide and 25,000 long, beside the contribution of the set apart portion. It belongs to all the house of Israel. And the prince is to have a portion on one side, and the other of the set apart contribution and of the possession of the city. And bordering on the set apart contribution and the possession of the city on the west side east, on the west side westward, and on the east side eastward, and the length alongside one of the portions, from the west border to the east border. Of the land, this is his possession in Israel, and my princes shall no longer oppress my people, and they shall give the land to the house of Israel according to their tribes. Thus said the Master Jehovah, enough, you princes of Israel. Put away violence and plundering, and do right ruling and righteousness, and stop your evictions of my people, declares the Master Jehovah. Have right scales and a right ephah and a right bath. Let the ephah and the bath be of the same measure, so that the bath contains 1/10 of an omer, and the ephah 1/10 of an omer. Let their measure be according to the homer. And the shekel is 20 gerahs. Your mina is 20 shekels, 25 shekels, 15 shekels. This is the contribution which you present. You shall give 1/6 of an ephah from a homer of wheat, and 1/6 of an ephah from a homer of barley. And the law concerning oil, the bath of oil, is 1/10 of a bath from a kor. A kor is a homer of 10 baths. For 10 baths are a homer. And 1 lamb from a flock from 200 from the watered pastures of Israel, for grain offerings and for an ascending offering and for peace offerings, to make atonement for them, declares the Master Jehovah. All the people of the land are to give this contribution to the prince in Israel. And on the prince are the ascending offerings, and the grain offerings, and the drink offerings, at the festival, the new moons, the Sabbaths. In all the appointed times of the house of Israel, he is to prepare the sin offering, and the grain offering, and the ascending offering, and the peace offerings, to make atonement for the house of Israel. Thus said the Master Jehovah, in the first month, on the first of the new moon, you are to take a young bull, a perfect one, and shall cleanse the set apart place. And the priest shall take some of the blood of the sin offering and put it on the doorposts of the house, on the 4 corners of the ledge of the slaughter place, and on the posts of the gate of the inner courtyard. And do the same on the 7th of the new moon for anyone who makes a mistake or is foolish. And you shall make atonement for the house. In the first month, on the 14th day of the new moon, you have the Pesach, a festival of 7 days. Unleavened bread is eaten. And on that day, the prince shall prepare for himself and for all the people of the land a bull for a sin offering. And during the 7 days of the festival, he prepares an ascending offering to Jehovah, 7 bulls and 7 rams, perfect ones, daily for 7 days, and a male goat daily for a sin offering. And he prepares a grain offering of 1 ephah for each bull and 1 ephah for each ram, together with a hin of oil for each ephah. In the 7th month, on the 15th day of the new moon, at the festival, he prepares like these 7 days, as the sin offering, as the ascending offering, as the grain offering, and as the oil.
Thank you, Patty. Any comments, or we want to go to 46, see if it finishes out with more detail here?
I'd like
Sure.
to, in the 7th month, there's nothing on the 1st or the 10th in here. It all begins on the 15th day of the 7th month. So I just noticed that.
Eric, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and all the only ones I see him mentioning here, and it's a little bit different. It says in the first month, on the 14th day of the month, you shall observe Passover, a feast of 7 days. That's different. Unleavened bread shall be eaten. That's not the same thing. And it's not even including or mentioning unleavened bread or first fruits. So this is different from what we're trying to do now. And then mentions nothing about Shavuot, nothing about Yom Torah, nothing about Yom Kippur. But then it comes down to, on the 7 days of the feast, he shall prepare a burnt offering to the Lord, 7 bulls and 7 rams without a blemish daily for 7 days, and the kids of the goats daily for sin offering. He shall prepare a grain offering of ephah, 1 for each bull, 1 ephah for each ram, together with a hin of oil for the ephah in the 7th month. So basically, all those other feasts, Yom Torah, Yom Kippur, are not mentioned here. Is that because they have been fulfilled and now we're just doing Pesach or Passover and Sukkot? On the 15th day of the feast, do likewise according to the sin offering, the burnt offering. So, and this one starts on the 15th day of the month of the feast, which is, I think, the same it's right now, the grain and the burnt offering. So this is going to be the feast that if the nations don't come to, they will not receive their yearly allotment of rain. So the only 2 I see in here, which are the Passover, is definitely different. And I can't tell because it doesn't say the number of days for the Feast of Tabernacles. But this is different than what we're trying to do now. And I'm curious why.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Go ahead, PG.
The Feast of Tabernacles is 7 days. I know we celebrate 8 days, but the 8th day is a different holiday.
Yeah, but it's still considered part of the Feast of Tabernacles, right? Because it says in Leviticus 23, it's 8 days.
It's 8 days, but the 7 days would be the Feast of Tabernacles, and the 8th day, which is right after the 7 days, is another holiday.
Do you know what the name of it is?
Shmoneh Atzeret.
Okay, so why is that not mentioned here then?
Well, it's kind of like the fact that it says on the 14th day of the first month,
Right.
they'll have a Passover sacrifice. So the 14th day is something. And then after that, you have 7 days. So
But that's not
Passover is,
right, but that's not what's mentioning here. It says, you shall observe Passover. Then it goes, a feast of 7 days. Unleavened bread shall be eaten. So
yes, but
it-
Passover doesn't start on the 14th day. It starts on the 15th day, but you eat the Passover meal on the 14th, beginning at the end of the 14th day.
which is the 15th.
Well, but you're spending the day on the 14th day preparing your lamb, cooking it, making sure so that at the evening when the sun is going down, you can sit down and you can eat your Passover meal. But you have to do that preparation on the 14th day. And so that in itself is considered part of the event. Because you have to clean all the leaven out of your house on that 14th day. It's
The
part of the
evening-
event.
The evening of the 14th day is just the evening. It's not part of the, it's part of the 7 days, but how would I explain it? The Passover is just the evening. And the rest is the days of unleavened bread.
Okay.
So it's actually 8 days.
No, it's 7. It's the
No,
the
it's not.
7 days.
It's not, because you have to slaughter your lamb. Slaughtering your lamb is done at 3 o'clock. Yeshua died at 3 o'clock on the 14th day. If he represents the Passover lamb, those lambs are slaughtered at 3 o'clock. You take the lamb after it's been slaughtered, you go and you roast it, and then you sit down to dinner around 6, 7, 8 as the sun is going down. So that's the beginning of the 15th day. But the event, the thing that you had to do on the 14th day, it's not part of the 7 days. It's a day before the 7 days, but it's just as important as the 7 days.
Right. But this one right here is saying, you shall observe Passover, a feast of 7 days, unleavened bread shall be eaten. You'll notice it doesn't say anything about a feast of unleavened bread. It just says Passover, a feast of 7 days.
Right.
I just find I find it interesting the way it's worded. That's all I'm saying. But if you look at the second Passover, if you missed the first one, have you looked at that? What you're supposed to eat on that day?
No.
You're supposed to eat it, the olive tav, with unleavened bread and bitter herbs on the 14th day. There is no feast of unleavened bread on the second Passover.
So you're just eating the Passover meal. You're not observing the whole week.
What it's not saying though, the word it in Hebrew is you're eating the olive tav, vav. That's how it's spelled. You're eating it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. It's in Numbers 9 something. I was looking at that the other day. So what I see in that is just like the pattern we see all the time, there's usually the flesh first, then the spirit. There was Ishmael first, then Isaac. There was Abram first, then Abraham. There was Esau first, then there was Yaakov. So you see the flesh first, then the spirit. The pattern changes slightly from the first Passover to the second Passover. I'm looking at that second Passover as the spiritual is what it's leading into, because if you look at it, on the 14th day of the second month, you are to eat it. And of course, in Hebrew, it can also be him. You will eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs on the 14th day. Doesn't mention anything about the 15th day at all, because there's no feast of unleavened bread in the second month. So I'm looking at this trying to figure out, why are we just having Passover and the Feast of Tabernacles? What happened to all the other feasts?
You don't think it's an allusion to the spring feasts and the fall feasts?
I think the reason why I eventually believe, because if you're talking about these Moedims, if these are Moedims, these are appointed times. Eventually, we're going to get to a place where there won't be any need for the sun or the moon. Is that correct? Is that how you interpret when Yahovah returns to the earth, that he will be the illumination of the earth, that we won't require the sun or the moon anymore? If we don't have the sun and the moon anymore, now I'm not too sure about the stars, But if we don't have the sun and the moon anymore, we cannot do the Moedim.
True.
And what I'm thinking, this is how I'm thinking, that in Yahovah, in Yeshua, in our God, all of these feasts are incorporated in him. If we are with him for eternity, we are always with the Paschal lamb. We are always with the red heifer. We are always with everything, and all of these sacrifices come from him. When we're with him and sin is done away with, death is done away with, sacrifice is done away with, we are going to be one with the creator of these Moedim. We're going to be with him continually. And now those feasts will go away because sin is now done away with. We don't need a Passover lamb anymore. We don't need to Sukkot anymore because we will be physically Sukkoting with him forever. But that's how I'm perceiving this. It could be totally wrong, but that's how I'm perceiving this. You don't see first fruits because I believe that he fulfilled it when he was crucified on the cross. The graves were open, and the first fruits, the resurrected people that went into Jerusalem, and then he took the first fruit and ascended. That has been fulfilled. By the time we get here, is Sukkot have been fulfilled? Have we received the law and the Torah on Shavuot? Sorry, on Shavuot, is that going to be fulfilled again some way? And then Yom Teruah, is that the day he's coming back? I don't know. We could always discuss that. I'm doggish about when that's his return or not. But a lot of these feasts, Yom Kippur, I believe he fulfilled that at Passover between him and Barabbas. So a lot of these, is it because these feasts don't exist anymore because they would have been fulfilled by him already? That's just a question. I'm not saying that's what happened.
Passover is about choosing us, and we've already been chosen.
Right.
And Sukkot is all about the wedding feast, but we're already married.
Well, we're married, but have we had the feast yet? Are we going to have like, if you see it right here, are they going to be practicing for the feast during the millennial reign? And are there people that still need to be passed over during the millennial reign? This is going to be going on the way I read it in the millennial reign. It's just how I'm looking at it. I'm not saying that that's true.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I see people that still need to be passed over that are still sinning in the millennial reign. I'm not talking about in the 8th day. I'm talking about the people in the millennial reign. In other words, the nations that don't come to Sukkot will not receive their yearly allotment of rain.
Right, because there's still going to be births and deaths and stuff.
Right. And that's where I'm coming up with this. Now we
Right.
just have Passover, and now we just have Sukkot. That's what I see here. I don't see necessarily us doing the other feasts besides these two, but I could be wrong. I'm not saying I know this for sure. I'm just kind of throwing that out there.
Well, okay, if I put myself hypothetically in the millennial reign and I've given birth to a child, and my child has the opportunity to be chosen, have their sins covered by the
Paschal lamb.
Paschal lamb.
Right. Yeshua.
Why doesn't he require his Paschal lamb to be resurrected? And why doesn't he need to go to Mount Sinai and become betrothed to learn to walk out his marriage covenant so that he can show up at the wedding feast, Sukkot, and go through that wedding? See, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, so to me, the first feast basically is the one you have to do that's the most important, which is Passover. In other words, you're accepting the sacrificed lamb, the shed blood of Yeshua. That is what brings you from life to death. Ultimately, see, I think we've gotten this. I don't want to.
Is it an Alpha and Omega picture? Is it the beginning and the end?
To me, it's the beginning and the end. That's how I look at this. It's the beginning.
Oh, okay.
It's the beginning of the process. It's the end of the process. But the way that we do marriage on earth, I don't believe is the way that he does marriage in heaven. I think marriage, or a husband or wife relationship in the scriptures, is different in most cultures that we have here on earth. But it would take too long to explain it.
Right.
I can tell you what I see in the scriptures. I can back it up with scriptures, but most people, most cultures don't follow the way that God has set it up in the scriptures. I think the classic example is where Abraham sends Eleazar to get a bride for Isaac, and Isaac stays in the land. And then there is an agreement between the father of the son and the bride. You could say the father of the bride, but really it's the bride. Ultimately, the bride has to make the choice.
Right.
So he sends these 10 camels. He sends this betrothal price. He sends it out to Haran, and he comes to Rebecca, and it is Rebecca, right?
Yeah.
Rebecca has to accept the invitation. Do you want to be this man's wife? So there is a betrothal price. There is a price that the father is going to pay for his son to have this bride. She has not seen Isaac. I'm assuming she has not seen. She accepts. They ask her, will you accept this? She says yes. She comes back with Eleazar and she sees Isaac. The first thing they do after the betrothal process, the first thing he does with her is he takes her into the tent, and she receives his seed. At that point, when she receives his seed, they are now husband and wife in God's eyes.
Okay, so I hear and see what you're saying about the father is the one that procures a wife for the son.
Right.
What are you going to do now when Judah is sent out, not Judah, when Jacob is sent out to Haran, to Laban, to go find his own bride? I mean, it's still instigated by the father. He says, go and get your bride.
If you look at what happens with Jacob, there's some things that happen so far as the way he received the blessing from Isaac. I don't know that was really God's intent. Now, in the end, Jacob ends up offering his time and his what would you call him? And he becomes an indentured servant to Laban for the hand of Rachel. But if you look at it, what happens when he's supposed to lay with Rachel? What does Laban do?
He switched them.
And basically what Jacob did to Isaac, insofar as, are you Esau? What did Jacob say? I'm Esau. So it's kind of like,
yeah, but you can't forget the fact that on the way to Haran, Jacob lays his head on that stone, and you've got the ladder in the dream, and God is.
I agree.
I agree. You can't forget that.
No, I'm not. Yeah. I'm just saying you reap what you sow. So the way that Jacob fooled or deceived Isaac,
okay, but Rebecca was told when she had the twins in her womb that the younger
will serve the older.
No, that the older would serve the younger.
Right.
So two nations are within your womb. So from within the womb, we know that Jacob is the one who's going to inherit. So yeah, like I know there was some trickery there, but it's exactly the way Jehovah planned and designed it.
I agree. And that one is one of the most debated situations that occurs in the scriptures, still being debated today. So I was kind of trying to say, but the point I was trying to make is when Jacob goes to take a wife, I don't believe that there was like we do here, do you take so-and-so as your lawfully wife? In other words, the way he was fooled was there was the consummation of the marriage, and he thought he was laying with Rachel, and in the morning he discovered it was Leah.
Right.
So culturally speaking, we don't understand. Like, I believe there is the consummation where the woman receives the seed. At that point, they're husband and wife, because if you look at Adam and Eve, it says Adam knew his wife Eve. It doesn't say his wife until they know each other. In other words, they're intimate with each other.
Right.
And she receives the seed. that teaches that when we receive the seed from God, which is Yeshua, when we receive that seed, technically we're his wife and he's our husband. The question is, do we walk in that? And a lot of times we don't.
Right.
We receive seeds from other gods and other people.
Yeah.
So if you look at it, I believe that there is the betrothal first, then the consummation is, and that's why when you look throughout the scriptures, there's no place in the scriptures that talks about a child being born out of wedlock, because in God's eyes, you cannot have a child born out of wedlock, because if the two are physical and the two become one, and he gives her the seed, there's a potential for her to have fruit, which is a child.
Right.
So in God's eyes, when the two late, now the problem is in our cultures, we don't think you're married until we get a document here on earth, which legally we need in order for my wife to benefit. If I die in the military, she'll receive a payment if she's my wife. But if there's no,
Okay, but then there's a concept of a concubine as well. And a concubine is a woman who bears your children, but doesn't have any legal right to inheritance.
Yeah.
So in order to have a legal right to an inheritance, you have to have a verbal and a written document.
right. And I think the difference between the two, like you brought up one time, the difference between the two is one that walks in obedience to the Torah and one that does not.
Right.
That would be my take on that. It could be wrong, but I think the wife is going to be, if I love my husband, I'm going to keep his commandments.
Right.
Now, where he draws a line between a concubine and a wife, I don't know.
Well, and
But-
then the concept of the concubine is, if you're saying that he's your husband, but you don't have a covenant with him, you don't have a law agreement with him, that you don't have to obey him, that would make you a concubine as well.
Right. And I'm not
So-
too sure. You said one time at Mount Sinai, they received the law, and that might be the covenant or the written covenant that we receive as a wife. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
Well, that's the way I see it. The way I see
Okay.
it is, the Passover is like, he chooses you to be your suitor, and then you walk for a period of time to Mount Sinai together, getting to know each other. And at Mount Sinai, he proposes. And at that moment of proposal, there is a verbal and a written agreement that is made, but there's no consummation. And then you have to go through a period of time learning to live out that ketubah, that written and verbal agreement. And then when you get to the Yom Kippur, you're tested. Have you been able to keep that covenant? Have you been able to keep those commandments? If you have, well, now you're going to go on to the wedding feast and that consummation.
Yeah. And see, to me, I see the betrothal, the what do you call it, when Isaac knew Rebecca, took her into her tent.
Yep.
And then at the end, after the two of you have become one, and now you're husband and wife in God's eyes, then you have the betrothal, not betrothal, but it would be like a celebration feast. Now you announce to the world that we are husband and wife. That's the sequence I see in the scriptures.
Okay.
And I don't necessarily see that in our cultures. It's just different in our cultures.
Definitely not. Yeah.
And what I see is people go, and I feel really bad for the women that go through this, but if a woman gets pregnant outside of the covenant of marriage, I'm looking at it outside the covenant of marriage from man's point of view, but God may consider them husband and wife, just like he did with Adam and Eve. So I feel
Right. And those men that abandon those women and children.
Right. I feel bad for the women, because I believe a lot of times the church will shun them, saying, oh, this child was born out of wedlock. And I'm going, you can't find that anywhere in the scriptures, that it's breaking the law of God.
Yeah.
It's breaking the law of men, and they make women feel terrible.
Yeah.
And I'm like going,
And
okay,
the children too.
yeah, it's like
And
you're making the, and I'm going, God made it to where we couldn't have children outside of wedlock, but I can't, unless I have time to do it like right now, I can't show that to people. And I'm not encouraging people to go out and just have sex. I'm not saying go out there. I'm saying, if you're going to take that step and be intimate with someone, you ought to know from God's point of view what you're getting into, because if you're intimate with that person If you then, the two of you go out and then are intimate with someone else, now you're committing adultery.
Well, when Randy did his teaching about the difference between, can't remember the terminology he used, but there are some commandments that are specifically for those who serve in the temple, and there are some commandments that are only for those who are not serving in the temple. Randy, what was the terminology you used?
Right, it's just the word stranger that was thrown out there. There are 3 different meanings for the word stranger. Of course, Israel has always had an open border policy. You know, you obey his Torah, you're no longer a stranger. You're part of Israel. But
that would be like Ruth. Is that what you're saying? Like when
Right.
Ruth came in and was grafted in, is that right?
But another stranger would be like somebody in a completely different culture that's worshiping 10 other gods out there, and they're trying to bring it into your camp. Those
I
types
see.
of strangers are not allowed to be in the government position whatsoever, let alone Israel.
Right.
Okay, but then there's this word memzir, in which we translate in English to bastard.
No,
And
no,
that
it's
is-
different. Memzir is like what Ham did with his mother. Memzir
That's
is
exactly what I'm getting at. That's
Yeah,
exactly
that's
what I'm
it.
getting at. Is
Yeah.
it unholy union?
right.
And it's in reference to the priest taking on what do you call it? A divorced woman. A priest can't take a divorced woman.
Right.
Right. So
Right,
that's
and-
what a mamzir is,
and
not
and
his
that-
children.
Right. The Mamzir is not, and unfortunately, I think they've mistranslated it as a bastard child. I'm going, technically, you cannot find anywhere in the scriptures where it's a sin to have a child outside of wedlock. I've looked for it. I can't find it. I kept going, okay, Lord, why is this not in here? But yet men call it a sin.
Right.
And I'm thinking, okay, is this a sin in God's eyes, or is it just a sin in man's eyes? Like when Yeshua talks to that woman, it says, the woman at the well in Samaria, he goes,
She was married
you
to
5 previous. Now, so think about it. Why did he choose 5? I always look at these parables and I go, why 5? Well, to me, she's a representation of the house of Israel. The 5 are the 5 books of the Torah. Yeshua is, and he says, if you believe Moses, you believe me because he wrote about me. Those 5 books are talking about Yeshua.
Right.
So he divorced her, and it says the man you're living with right now is not your husband. And people kind of go, well, she's living in sin. I'm going, no, he's saying he's not your husband. In his vernacular, they're living together, but they're not having a relationship. So
well, maybe she lives with her dad.
well, it could be that too. Yeah. I mean, the man you live, but what I think he's trying to say is, I divorced the house of Israel. We're just living together. We're just living in the same space. We have absolutely no relationship. But when I die, that relationship is going to be reestablished.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying? So he's the husband.
Ah.
He's talking to the Samaritan woman, and she is the product of the house of Israel being divorced, and they went out and commingled with the Gentiles, and she becomes a Samaritan woman. So she is the woman who's been divorced by Yeshua. They're living together. They have no relationship whatsoever. So they're just living in the same space. But in his death, when he dies, the charge of adultery goes away. When he's resurrected, they can betroth themselves back to their God, because according to Hosea, if you divorce your wife for a charge of adultery, you cannot come back to him. You cannot remarry him unless the husband dies.
Right.
Yeshua is our husband. He's going to die.
Right.
When he dies, 3 days later, we can betroth ourselves back to him without the charge of adultery anymore. And that's why he says in Hosea, it is impossible for them to be my people. But the minute you use the word impossible, that's when God does his best work.
Mm-hmm.
So I looked at that, and I look at the relationship, and I look at the cultures that we have right now, and it really doesn't line up with what I see in the scriptures. So just, well, that took longer than I expected. So anyway, I'll get off. Sorry about that, Randy. I didn't mean
No
to go
worries,
that
brother.
long.
No
Okay,
worries.
cool. All right.
Eugene, you had your hand up there, sir. Would you like to go ahead and?
Yes, I would. I just had power failure and I had to reconnect.
No.
Now, when concerning all this part of the law governing the prince, what he's allowed to do,
this is all on Ezekiel 46:9. But on 21, that's part of his job. That's the prince's job. He doesn't just do nothing. He is obliged to worship God like everyone being born. So this is talking about the priest, the prince. He's not talking about Jehovah.
Man, you're right. It does, and even confirms it again in the Prince, verse
And then
17 in
46
chapter
also.
45. You're right. It is for the
And
Prince to
46
do.
also, it's all about the prince.
Very good. We need to read 46. We haven't done that yet, so.
Okay, sorry.
No worries, no worries. I appreciate you. So let's see what it has to say. Can we do that, Kurt, Brother Kurt? That's chapter 46 for us.
I think we can.
Outstanding.
Ezekiel 46, I'm reading from New King James. Thus says Jehovah God, the great way of the inner court, the gateway of the inner court that faces towards the east shall be shut 6 working days, but on the Sabbath it shall be opened, and on the day of the new moon it shall be opened. The prince shall enter by the way of the vestibule of the gateway from the outside, and stand by the gatepost. The priest shall prepare his burnt offering and his peace offerings. He shall worship at the threshold of the gate. Then he shall go out, but the gate shall not be shut until evening. Likewise, the people of the land shall worship at the entrance to this gateway before Jehovah on the Sabbaths and the new moons. The burnt offering that the prince offers to the Lord, to Jehovah, on the Sabbath day shall be 6 lambs without blemish, and a ram without blemish. And the grain offering shall be 1 ephah for a ram, and the grain offering for the lambs as much as he wants to give, as well as a hin of oil with every ephah. On the day of the new moon, it shall be a young bull without blemish, 6 lambs and a ram. They shall be without blemish. He shall prepare a grain offering of an ephah for a bull and an ephah for a ram, and as much as he wants to give for the lambs, and a hin of oil with every ephah. When the prince enters, he shall go in by the way of the vestibule of the gateway, and out by the same way. But when the people of the land come before Jehovah on the appointed feast days, whoever enters by the way of the north gate to worship shall go out by the way of the south gate, and whoever enters by the way of the south gate shall go out by the way of the north gate. He shall not return by the way of the gate through which he came, but shall go out through the opposite gate. The prince shall then be in their midst. When they go in, he shall go in, and when they go out, he shall go out. At the festivals and the appointed feast days, the grain offering shall be an ephah for a bull, an ephah for a ram, and as much as he wants to give for the lambs, and a hin of oil with every ephah. Now, when the prince makes a voluntary burnt offering or a voluntary peace offering to Jehovah, the gate that faces towards the east shall then be opened for him. He shall prepare his burnt offering and his peace offerings as he did on the Sabbath day. Then he shall go out, and after he goes out of the gate, the gate shall be shut. You shall daily make a burnt offering to Jehovah of the lamb of the first year without blemish. You shall prepare it every morning. And you shall prepare a grain offering with it every morning, 1/6 of an ephah, and 1/3 of a hin of oil to moisten the fine flour. This grain offering is a perpetual ordinance to be made regularly to Jehovah. Thus they shall prepare the lamb the grain offering and the oil as a regular burnt offering every morning. Thus says Jehovah God. If the prince gives a gift of some of his inheritance to any of his sons, it shall belong to his sons. It is their possession by inheritance. But if he gives a gift of some of his inheritance to one of his servants, it shall be his until the year of liberty, and after which it shall return to the prince. But his inheritance shall belong to his sons, it shall become theirs. Moreover, the prince shall not take any of the people's inheritance by evicting them from their property. He shall provide an inheritance for his sons from his own property, so that none of my people may be scattered from his property. Now he brought me through the entrance, which was at the side of the gate, into the holy chambers of the priests, which faced toward the north. And there was a place that was situated at their extreme western end. And he said to me, This is the place where the priest shall boil the trespass offering and the sin offering, and where they shall bake the grain offering, so that they do not bring them out into the outer court to sanctify the people. Then he brought me out of the outer court and caused me to pass by the four corners of the court. And in fact, in every corner of the court, there was another court. In the four corners of the court were enclosed courts, 40 cubits long and 30 wide. All four corners were the same size. There was a row of building stones all around in them, all around the four of them, and cooking hearths were made under the rows of stones all around. And he said to me, These are the kitchens where the ministers of the temple shall boil the sacrifices of the people. That's it.
Thank you, brother. So it's
I
the
think it's pretty amazing that there's a distinction made about the new moon. Like, it's not just about the Sabbaths. The new moon has significance in the future. Something that we don't understand. We're striving to understand by keeping it. This is one of the scriptures that supports what we're doing with keeping them. There's a shadow of things to come.
Amen. And we thank you for doing that for us, brother, bringing that up, and to where we do start. We're celebrating that once a month now. So we are ahead of the program. I say ahead of the program, we're just finally getting with the program. So learning all this that we're supposed to do to remember. Why is finding out when the moon is so important?
Well, it determines our feast days.
Exactly right.
That's the main thing.
Exactly right.
And when I grew up in 4-H. If anybody knows what that means, it was a club, and I think it's all across North America, I think.
It is.
And the motto is to learn to do by doing. So how are you possibly going to learn something about what you don't know if you don't get involved and do it? So that's why we're muddling through the new moons.
Without that, you can't have the calendar. The calendar, not just monthly, but sabbatical and jubilee either, because it's all rated on the months.
It's all hinged on the months.
Exactly.
And well, here's something that I want to put to people, I guess, to everybody. They need to hear the same question as I keep asking everybody else. What are you going to do to determine the feast days? Because you got to keep them on the right day. How are you going to determine that when we lose the signal fires that we have that go back to Israel and even amongst ourselves back and forth? What
easy, just get on Facebook.
Just go on Facebook. Yeah.
There you go.
So that's a question I want to pose to everybody. I don't have a perfect answer for it. I'm looking for other people's answers, and we can
I'm gonna
discuss
call you,
those at
Kurt.
the moon, at the new moon. We can discuss those things.
Well, we have a little bit of paperwork here. It's called the perpetual calendar. So I definitely recommend y'all to download it from the website. Get real familiar with this paperwork because it helps you keep track of time. So, and it was something wonderful that Pauline put together years ago for Sighted Moon, and it's just a great piece of work there. So, and where are we at today, Kurt? What day are we at?
I don't know. I got to look at my calendar.
That's right. So that would be the 10th month. We're in the 8th day of the 10th month. And how do we know that? Because we just celebrated the new moon just last week with everybody. So, and then you just keep track, keep counting.
We are the 8th day of the month, getting set to begin the 9th. We're the 12th month of the Gregorian calendar. So December 3rd, 2022, it's a Sabbath, 7th day of the week, 8th day of the month, 275 days since one Abib of the year 5858, month 10 of the year 5858, 27th year of the 120th Jubilee. What in the world did I write? Fourth sabbatical cycle, and I can't even read my own writing. I guess there goes my paperwork.
Very good.
Write legibly, folks.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the number of denominations that are out there, how many of them are actually trying to keep the feast? And of the ones that are keeping the feast, how many of them agree on when the new moon is? The conjunctive or the sliver? So we're striving to do the best we can. But if we're not in agreement with someone else and someone else is doing something different, where would Yahovah draw the line and say, okay, these people are doing righteously and these people are not? And I think it gets dangerous if we try and look at other people saying, well, they're doing it wrong and we're doing it right, because then sometimes we can blind ourselves to how we're supposed to do it. If we're off, let's say by a day, we're off by a day. Does God still consider us righteous trying to keep his feast or his Passover on the day that he appointed it to be? Where does he draw the line? And I think from my point of view, we need to be careful about saying, like last year, the majority of the people that were Messianic believers were a month off from what Sighted Moon was doing theirs. You guys were like probably a month ahead of everyone. Not to say it's right or wrong, not my call. But the majority of Messianic believers were probably a month behind when you guys were doing it. And again, I don't know who's right or who's wrong, but if we're all striving to do what's right in God's eyes and we miss it by one day, does that not count?
What do we
towards us?
do when our babies start learning to walk? Our babies take a step and they
Right.
fall down. What do we
Right.
do? Berate them, chuck them out,
No.
say, no, you
Sorry,
can't
that.
hear? No,
Right.
we clap and we cheer and we encourage them some more. And
Right.
then our babies take 2 or 3 steps. But do we want our children to remain like those toddlers taking the 1 or 2 steps of falling down? No, we want our children to walk and to run and to dance.
Right. But like, let's say that your child is not developing as fast as another child. These are the kind of things I'm talking about when we're trying to do what's right in Yahovah's eyes. We're struggling. Are we even in the right year? Has the year been adjusted by the ancients, by our forefathers? Have they changed? I've heard rumors that 210 years of the calendar were taken out while they were in Egypt. I don't know if that's true or not, but do we even have the right year down? I think what did Kurt say? It was 5888. Is that what he said?
5858.
Yeah, 5858. Okay, so I'm just go ahead.
Excuse me, I think
Yeah, go
there's
ahead.
an article by Joseph Dumond, and he did study from the beginning, from creation up to now, and that's how he found out what year we are in right now.
Okay. So then my question would be, do we trust one source, or do we need a second witness or a third witness to make sure and I'm not saying Joe's wrong, so don't get me wrong. I'm not judging anyone. I'm just saying, how do we know for sure that what anyone, including Joe or myself, have done is correct? Is getting the right year, the right day, the right month. And where do we draw the line? Where does Yehovah draw the line where we're attempting to do what's right, but we're still fumbling around and not getting it quite right? I mean, we can argue about the new moon. What's the definition of the new moon? We can argue about Passover as compared to unleavened bread, as compared to when that begins. Like, I remember you guys were talking about one point, how much is an omer? What qualifies it as being in the Aviv stage? Is it just enough for an omer? And I can't see anything wrong with that logic. But where is it that we're actually getting it right? And if we're getting it right, do we have a right to look at other people and criticize them? And to me, that's the fine line that we need to walk. Is if we're getting it right, we need to encourage people to walk in the way that we're walk. If we're getting it wrong, then we need to be open to criticism, not in a bad way, but being able to adjust what we're doing. And again, I'm not saying anyone's right or wrong. That's not what I'm saying. But I would believe that in order for us to improve, like with the toddler example you're getting, the toddler has to be willing to accept us trying to correct and help the toddler out. The toddler can sit there and say, I don't need your help. And it may take longer for that toddler to walk. But I think it's all in our attitude, how we treat each other and how we treat ourselves. And are we open to criticism? Could we be wrong? And I'm not saying walk around timid, but don't necessarily come out and say we've got it right and everyone else is wrong. Because when I hear someone say that, that almost is like arrogant for someone to say that.
Well, Eric, I basically I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm gonna anyway.
Okay. Go ahead.
I agree with you. If there's two people, you've got two opinions.
Right.
You've actually got three scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
I could be right and you could be wrong. You could be right and I could be wrong. Or we both could be wrong. And we both have homework to do.
That's right.
You know? That's how I look at all of this. It's a question, and just do your best to make sure that you're walking it out the way you think, and be open to, like you say, constructive criticism.
Right.
Diplomacy is really important. How we treat each other when we do not agree. That's the main thing that I've learned since walking away from my former affiliation.
But think about your former affiliation. What you were doing before, didn't you think that what you were doing before was right?
Oh yeah, I fully believed it.
Right.
Until
proven wrong.
I started digging.
Right.
I
agree.
I started to become an erudite scholar.
Right.
I started doing my own. I didn't just take what the guy at the front of the room was saying as the gospel truth. I tried to verify what he was saying, and that question that I asked everybody else, what are you going to do when you lose contact? I got to figure it out myself. That's why I'm where I'm at, is because I asked that question of myself 17 or so years ago, roughly, and finally it's actually starting to get answered now.
The scripture that keeps playing over and over in my mind, and I'm guessing, I'm pretty sure it's the Ruach that's doing it, is, be careful about looking at your brother's speck in his eye, because you got a log in your own. And to me, it's still true today. Even though 100%. And to me, he says you can get the log out of your own eye. The question is, do we have the log out of our eye now? That's the question. And the only way I think we can get the log out of our eye is to walk in obedience to his word and be submissive to him.
Exactly. And we will learn when we make mistakes, we will learn where those are when he shows them to us and not before.
Right.
Um,
But even if we know we're right, let's say we know 100% we're right, the way we treat other people,
yeah,
God is going to pay attention to that. He's going to watch how we treat other people. Even if we know 100% we're right, Yeshua was always right, but he always treated people with respect, and he didn't talk down to them, and he didn't judge them unless he had to. If there was something was going on, he made the point, and he was pretty harsh with some of the people because they knew what to do and they knew what was right to do and they didn't do it. And he came down the hardest on the hypocrites.
that's where pride comes in, right?
Right. I think we need to stay humble and remember that we once thought we were right before. Are we in the same position now? Or are we being led by the Spirit and staying humble in our ways and following Yahovah?
It's an
That's-
attitude.
Yeah, it's a huge attitude. I agree. You know, we can have a lot of knowledge, but again, knowledge puffs up, but realize that your ability to interpret the scriptures and walk it out correctly is empowered by the Spirit.
He says, seek all others to be better than yourself. And if you do that, you can't go wrong. You're humble, you're respectful, you learn, you listen first. It's an awesome way to be. It's sometimes you get taken advantage of, but I think I'd rather be that way than to be the other way.
Right. Well, I just kind of went longer than I wanted, so I'll let you go. Thanks.
Brother, go ahead, Ellen.
A couple of things, I guess, concerning Kurt's challenge to know, for us to figure out how we're going to figure out when the time comes. Right now we can keep up through the perpetual calendar, but at the same time I can cite the new moon here. I still depend upon the sighting of it in Israel. So that is the problem I think I will have, and probably everybody else will have. If we need to go by the sighting in Israel, how will we find that out when the grid goes down, when there's a problem? So I'm waiting for somebody to show me how to do that. The other thing, many have come on here and tried to prove Joe wrong. His whole philosophy is prove me wrong. And I don't know that anybody has been able to. Most who have come and taken to heart proving him have tried, and they have learned and continue to grow. I suppose those who did not want to accept what he's had to say have left. I'm not sure. But until, personally, I wouldn't be here if I didn't think what he was teaching had been proven and was right. And so I think we've got a great basis, a great foundation for following and doing and obeying and walking in love right here.
That's right, Ella. And I think we've got, there's enough people here that are bold enough that if someone's saying something that is incorrect, and most of us are pretty humble enough, or I don't know about myself, but I see you guys humble enough to accept that criticism and say, no, sorry, you're wrong in this matter, and we study it out and we switch and okay, I was wrong, right? And that's what we're all here for, is to sharpen iron, right?
Yep.
And just to let you know about being able to find the times, to discern the time without the signal fires, as I call them, and even without your notes that you've kept for years and years and years, what happens if you get separated from your tablature? I believe I'm onto it. I'd like your prayers for inspiration so that I can see and not be deceived in what I'm working on. And as soon as I get this figured out, I will share it with everyone so that I don't take anybody down the garden path kind of thing. But I believe there's a way to discern the time. You can know exactly what day it is by looking up.
I was going to say, Kurt, have you noticed after all this time, have you noticed a pattern of sighting the moon in relation to Israel and its consistency where you are or where everyone else is, that you can say with conviction, oh, I know the moon was sighted in Israel, such and such, or whatever.
Well, I can't. We've had, let's say, several, at least a few instances when we sight the moon here prior to when it's sighted in Israel. That happens not regularly, but enough. It happens enough that we would be a day ahead. Is trying to.
Well, that's what I mean. You're a day ahead. You feel confident it's more a day ahead, or is it more a day behind, or you know what I'm saying?
It would be a day ahead, because if the moon's not seen in Israel, well, where I'm at is 7 hours or 8 hours, 7 hours, I think it is, later. Well, that makes it possible to view being 7 hours later. It might be high enough in the sky so that I can see it. And that would put me a month ahead, or a day ahead, sorry, a day ahead. But the cool thing is that you reset every
Right,
month.
you're a day ahead. I'd rather be a day ahead than day behind, because you can
And
always
you're only going to
reset.
you're only going to be a day ahead for a month, or maybe a couple, but you will get reset. That's the beautiful thing about having a visible moon without batteries, kind of thing. You get to reset every time you see it. You can adjust your calendar, and most of the time, well, it's the holy days that matter. You got to figure out the first month and the seventh month mainly. You get to readjust and correct your mistake. Oh, oops, I'm out a month, I'm out a day, and I will just adjust my calendar rather than keeping it going forward on the wrong day. And that's partly why I'm counting from 1 Abib. I've counted, start with a number 1 beside that, and as you go through, by the end of the month, you should be either at 29 or 30, and you can, by knowing at the end of the month whether it's divisible by 29 or 30, you can know whether you've made a mistake or not. I've caught some of my own mistakes, so I encourage you to number our days. I believe it says to do that somewhere.
So practicing is important.
And that's what this is practice. It's all practice. The holy days are practice. It's all practice for a future time. Keeping the land Sabbath, which is coming upon us, that's practice. And I wish I'd been in a culture that kept it all my life, so that I would have more practice, but I don't. This is really going to be my first one. So, yep. Anybody else got comments on 46?
You got a few hands up.
Go ahead, Kay Beard.
Well, I just wanted to share about and agree with Eric and Ella about the way we treat others that might believe differently from us, even if we strongly think that they are not right. But I've told y'all before that I've been leading women's Bible studies for a little over a couple of decades, and in my Bible study, they don't know when they start how I believe. It's through BSF International, so people sign up. And I have Catholics and Messianics this year, a lot more Messianics this year, because I named my group Teshuvah. And so that attracted a few more, which I'm loving this year. But I have some of the same ladies every year that are church ladies or, like I said, Catholics. But I have about 3 years ago, I had a Mormon lady, an older lady, join my group. And she has been so interested in the feast and keeping a Sabbath and the things that I'm able to interject as we study God's word verse by verse. This year, we're on Israel and the Minor Prophets and the Divided Kingdom, which has been kind of a heavy subject. And I really have not, I wondered what the ladies are thinking, because just like Joe says, you're going to end up eating your children in bold print. That story from 2 Kings chapter 6, verses, 33 through somewhere around there. That happened. That's the example in the Bible where a lady boiled her child after Israel was under siege and they surrounded them and basically starved them for so long. They were destitute. And so anyway, I just wondered how that was going to fall on these ladies. And then last Tuesday morning at 10 is when I have my Zoom Bible study. And during the Bible study, we read scripture. I just had them read more scripture. It was just so beautiful about Jehovah and his salvation. And if you do this, then I'll do this. If you do that, then I'll do this. If you don't, the consequences. And I've had them writing out Leviticus 23 and Leviticus 11, and eventually the whole Torah. But during the middle, when we talked about if you do this, then I'll do that. If you obey me, if you keep my statutes, if you keep my commandments, I just felt the sense to stop and pray. And I said, if there's someone here that did not understand when you had faith in Jesus, and he was your ticket out of hell or your ticket into heaven, then you've realized through the study of God's word and through Israel and what they did wrong. If you want, let's just bow our head and pray. And if you want to get that right with him today and commit to follow him and his ways. So we bowed our heads in prayer, and the Mormon lady said, I did not understand that when I got saved. Now I know I need to keep his commandments. That's how I show I love him. And I want to commit. We talked about confess, being covenant, and so many things that we learn here that I share there. And she wanted to covenant with him, and she asked him at that time to save her and that she would do everything he said, just like at Mount Sinai. So if I had said anything different 3 years ago, then she would have probably quit. And the same with the Catholics and everything. They're all changing. There's something going on after 20-something years. I can tell you that people, it's great to want to know and to dig and find out so that you can be patient with people. And I had a little girl this week that said, I don't keep a Saturday Sabbath. She's a Messianic. She said, I keep a new moon Sabbath. And I said, explain that to me. And she said, well, whenever the first sliver of the moon is, that's my Sabbath day. And I keep that every month, that same day. If it's on Thursday, then every Thursday is my Sabbath. And so, I really didn't even know how to respond to her. I just said something nice and then posted on my Bible study that we all see something different, and we all think we're right, that our way is the right way. And if I ask you today, which one of us is right, we'd all say, I am. But I am I am seeing fruit from being nice, and I just wanted to share current testimony from this week and praise the Lord for this little old lady. Her best friend was in my Bible study 3 years ago, and she committed herself to following Yeshua and Jehovah and his commandments, and she died that year. And right before she died, she said, "Would you please come do a Passover at my house?" And she invited this Mormon friend of hers, and that's how she became in my group. So please pray for me as I minister to all these different types of people, and I see fruit every week. I'd appreciate your prayers. Tuesday mornings at 10.
Amen. Will do. Will do. How'd you like meeting Joe Kay? Was that a great meeting or what? He's just a great human being, I think, in my opinion.
It was wonderful. We had a house full, and Janet told you about the other pipeliner kind of people like him, but I have been so busy. We've delivered 2 books to one of the pipeliners, and phone calls from the others wanting to know, do you believe what he said? And so those seeds were planted, and I'm sorry they weren't here today. They were all invited, but they will be joining us, and some of them are very verbal and very well versed. So it should make for some more interesting comments, but it was wonderful. It was long. It was very informative. God bless something. Joe didn't know how to get it on my big 70-inch flat screen TV, but as old as I am, I knew how to do that with my Apple box. So all his PowerPoints were up there, and he was just phenomenal. And you know, there wasn't a person here that wasn't just sitting on pins and needles, loving everything.
Every time he presents, he gets better and better and better. I just think he can't get any better, and he gets better.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Awesome. Well, that's what he says. It's just cocaine, just like that's the drug we all want to be hooked on, in my opinion. So thank you so much. Ryan, got your hand up?
Yeah, real quick. I know we got scriptures to finish here, but
yes,
I started walking back when I was 24. That was 21 years ago, in the Baptist church. And from when I jumped on this site, I actually started observing the Sabbath in 2020. And from there, things have just totally flowered. From being right to wrong or whatnot, all I know is that going this route, getting on with you guys has just took the little bit of coals that I had and just turned them into a bonfire, and it keeps on stoking with the wood that's on there. Every day there's something that's new. When I talk to people that are Messianic or Jewish or Christians, it's like I just do it in love, and I just plant a seed, let them know this is where I go, this is what I do. And especially nowadays, it just seems like it's easier to talk to people because they are so upset with the elections and with what's happening with the world and inflation. And it's like, it just seems so easy to talk to people about the word right now, and you can just shine your light upon them, man. It's just, I think it's awesome the way that we do things here. Like I said, it just stokes the fire, and it keeps us watching and waiting and looking and active and filling out the calendars and looking at out for the new moon. I mean, just living these ways is just awesome compared to where I had gone and where I came from. So all praise to what we do here. You know, I'm thankful to have found this. I know Jehovah just straight led me here because I was doing a Messianic walk at first with a different group, and he just knows my heart that I'm fully searching for his ways. And now I've been led here, which is just like, okay, no more detours. I believe I found my home, and I'm just very thankful to be a part of this family. And yeah, let's just keep stoking that fire, guys.
Amen.
Hallelujah, Ryan.
100% agreement with that.
I'm I don't know, there could be somewhere else a guy should be, but this works. This is good. I got brothers and sisters wanting to search out truth and act on it. It's home.
Amen. Okay, let's move on. We got two more to read here. We're going to do 1 John chapter 5 and 2 John 1. So we have Shauna from Oklahoma reading 1 John 5 for us. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have a story or similar to Ryan. So I started with another group and Yehovah led me here. And I'm so happy to be here.
Amen.
So thankful. So everyone, so 1 John chapter 5, reading out of the ISR. So everyone who believes in Yeshua is the Messiah who has been born of Elohim. And everyone who loves the one bringing forth, who also loves the one having been born of him. By this we know that we love the children of Elohim, when we love Elohim and guard his commands. For this is the love of Elohim, that we guard his commands, and his commands are not heavy, because everyone having been born of Elohim overcomes the world. And this is the overcoming that has overcome the world, our belief. Who is the one who overcomes the world, but he who believes in Yeshua is the Son of Elohim. This is the one that came by water and blood, Yeshua, Messiah, not only by water, but by water and blood. And it is the Spirit who bears witness, because the Spirit is the truth. Because there are three who bear witness, the Spirit and the water and the blood. And the three are in agreement. If we receive the witness of men, the witness of Elohim is greater, because this is a witness of Elohim, which he has witnessed concerning his Son. The one who believes in the Son of Elohim has a witness in himself. The one who does not believe Elohim has made him a liar, because he has not believed the witness that Elohim has given concerning his Son. And this is the witness, that Elohim has given us everlasting life, and that this life is in his Son. He who possesses the Son possesses life. He who does not possess the Son of Elohim does not possess life. I have written this to you who believe in the name of the Son of Elohim, so that you know that you possess everlasting life, and so that you believe in the name of the Son of Elohim. And this is the boldness that we have in him, that if we ask whatever according to his desire, he hears us. And if we know that he hears us, whatever we ask, we know that we have the petition that we have asked of him. And if anyone sees his brother sinning a sin, not unto death, he shall ask, and he shall give him life for those not sinning unto death. There is a sin unto death. I do not say that he should pray about that. Wait, there is a sin unto death. I do not say that he should pray about that. All unrighteousness is sin, and there is a sin not unto death. We know that everyone having been born of Elohim does not sin, but the one having been born of Elohim guards himself, and the wicked one does not touch him. We know that we are of Elohim, and all the world lies in the wicked one. And we know that the Son of Elohim has come and has given us an understanding so that we might know the true one. And we are in the true one, in his Son, Yeshua Messiah. This is the true Elohim and everlasting life. Little children, keep yourself from idols. Amen.
Should we comment on that, or should we go to 2 John 1? Anybody?
Let's just move on and do them both at the
Oh,
same time, Randy.
1 second, I wanted to mention something here. I just couldn't get to the mic. It says in his name, believe in his name. We talked about that earlier. We were talking about names. In his name is his character. You are not your name. Your name is an identity or a description of you. And what is his name? Yehoshua, Yeshua. Jehovah is our salvation, or is salvation. So he's doing his name. That's what he's doing. So if you believe in his name, you believe in what he does. I thought that was interesting. Thanks.
Glenn, that's a good comment. Because the book could be called, instead of the Bible, or, maybe I'll get a lightning bolt out of the sky for saying this, but it could be called the name or something to that effect, because the whole book describes Jehovah and his character.
Mm-hmm.
This is it. Here, you want to know about God? Here, read this. You get everything you need to know.
Amen. It just gives us confirmation there in verse 20. He says, if you know that the Son of Elohim has come, he's going to give you understanding. And he is telling you that he is the true one. So what does that mean? Because we are in the true one, which is in Yeshua Messiah. They are the same. Yeshua is Jehovah. He is the same. Praise Jehovah. Garrett, go ahead, buddy. Be quick.
Yeah, the one passage in it says, we know that whoever is born of God does not sin, but he who has been born of God keeps himself, and the wicked one does not touch him. I've often looked at that wondering, is it that we don't sin, or is it that the sins we commit after we're born again are covered by the blood? Because a lot of times people can sin and not even know that they're sinning until someone or the Ruach reveals it to them by the power of the Ruach. So it's like, but are there still consequences to us sinning? So it's almost like he's saying, when you're born again, your past, present, and future sins are covered by the blood, but it doesn't give you the right to continue in that sin. You are to sanctify, improve as you walk along, but the penalty of sin is death, and that's what Yeshua paid for. So if I now, as a born again believer, I sin and do something, there's still a consequence here on earth. There's still that curse that will come upon me. Sin will seek me out, but will I have to pay the ultimate price of not being able to enter into heaven? And sometimes I get the impression that our salvation is based on our works, and I don't know that that's true. But what the statement is saying is, we know that whoever is born of God does not sin. Well, I don't know how many times I probably sin in a day and don't even know it. Hopefully it's less than what it was 20 years ago. I wouldn't
Doesn't it-
intend. Go ahead.
Eric, doesn't it say he guards himself? Born of Elohim guards himself. But the one having been born of Elohim guards himself, and the wicked one does not touch him. So we
Right.
guard ourselves in Yah's word with
Right,
the
but-
Torah.
Right, but what happens if, let's say, for instance, I don't want to choose any particular people, but let's say no denomination mentioned. Let's say there's a denomination out there that teaches first day of the week is your worship day. That's your Sabbath. Are they sinning every time they don't keep his Sabbath, but they keep their Sabbath? Are they sinning?
I see what you mean.
You see what I'm saying? In other words, you can sin ignorantly, not on purpose, but you can sin ignorantly. will that affect them and their ability to get into heaven because they went their entire life thinking that their proper worship day was the first day of the week?
You know, you hear people say ignorance of the law is no excuse, but if there's any person or entity in the entire universe I would rather be in front of to forgive me, that is Jehovah, because he will forgive you in your ignorance, but he expects you to repent once you know. And
Right.
if you don't change at that point, then you're in big trouble.
So does the shed blood of Christ, when you accept Yeshua as your Lord and Savior, does he cover all your sins in the past, the sins you're going to commit today, and the sins in the future? Is it outside of time? If that's true, then is everyone who's accepted Yeshua as their Lord and Savior, is it now based on me keeping Torah?
It has to do with your character. And if you don't have the many different characteristics that he talks about, and when Yeshua talks about in the New Testament of the heart, that open mind, the open heart, the esteem others as yourself, better than yourself, all those things. And the number one is love your father as you, with all your heart, mind, and soul. So those are all part of the character issue.
Okay.
It's not just I believe in Yeshua or I believe in that man. You believe in what they do. That's why. And if you believe in what they do, you're going to do the same thing because you want to emulate them, because you look at them on a higher standard and you want to achieve that standard.
I agree, but are now you talking about a salvation issue, or are you now talking about a faith issue?
Well,
Because
you have to be born
doesn't-
again. So yeah, that's the whole being born again part. You're getting out of the world and you're learning Torah. You're learning his
exactly.
scripture, so
Okay, so you come out of the world, and now the domination that you're in is now telling you it's all about the grace, worship on Sunday, keep Christmas and Easter. And these people don't know the truth about his feast days. Now, I'm not saying he's not going to bring him in the truth. I'm just saying there are denominations today that teach this. And again, I'm not coming against them. I'm just trying to present something to you to where they go their entire life. Is the shed blood of Christ enough to get them into the kingdom, or is there an expectation that they have to now do something themselves to get in? And that's where I'm going. I don't know that the scriptures is clear in one point or the other. Again, I'm not saying that you have to. What I'm saying is the more you walk in the obedience of God's word, I believe the more blessings that come upon you. So that is an almost immediate blessing here on earth. But if you're ignorant of the truth, and God knows you're ignorant of the truth, then where does he draw the line that you are walking either unrighteously or righteously?
Because you need to realize that you may be wrong and you need to seek out that truth. I know when I don't know when I'm wrong. I'm ignorant of it. I don't know, but I certainly have the need in my heart to go, you know what, I could be wrong. I want to find that answer and I will look for it. But if someone comes up to me and they go, hey, you're doing that wrong, and I go, get out of here, you don't know what you're talking about, I've just closed that door because I'm not willing to have the mind and heart to look at what my brother is trying to show me. And I have had this happen. And I can tell you, I would not be here right now if I had the mindset to shut the particular individual, and I'm talking about many years ago. I, for 2 weeks, didn't want to see this because I just went, oh, that's just a malarkey. Well, I looked at what he was showing me, and because I did that out of respect, because I said I would, and it opened my entire heart and mind to what we're doing today.
So
and
before
now I have, yep.
Before you changed, before you decided to change in those 2 weeks, before you decided to go, okay, what this guy's talking to me about is true. For those 2 weeks, if something would have happened to you, was your sins covered by Yeshua?
I don't believe so, because I hadn't changed until I started looking with respect of doing, because my mind didn't want to. I didn't want to. I was like, oh,
right.
Gee,
it's a fallen mind, it's a fleshy mind. I agree with that.
Yep.
But then how does this statement right here, we know that whoever is born of God does not sin, how does that fit into your scenario?
Well, I changed.
No,
I
I'm not saying you changed. So before the change, I agree, you changed. What I'm saying is for those 2 weeks, did the
Mhm.
shed blood of Christ before you changed cover your sin? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't think so, because at the
Okay.
time I was very close-minded.
So
got
I
some
can,
answers for you when you guys are ready.
yeah, go ahead.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. So one thing I'll say first, the people are hearing this and they're like wondering, will God be merciful in me? I just learned this. You have in Psalm 136, every other line, he's merciful. Yeah, our
Yes.
God, Jehovah is merciful. So remember that. I'm going to put some scriptures in the chat to answer a few questions. I heard Glenn say, well, I was ignorant at the time. I didn't know at the time. In Acts 17:30, Paul was going around and they had a place set apart to Jehovah, the unknown God, and he points it out to him, but they had all these other gods. And it was part of their language in the same way a Christian has, St. Valentine's or Christmas, or some even do Halloween. They have that in their language. They were ignorant. And he says, hey, Acts 17:30 says, in times of this ignorance, God winked at it. He overlooked at it. He realized he said, but now he commandeth men everywhere to repent. What you're seeing right now is knowledge being increased. And I work in technology and everybody thinks that's technology, but it's the scriptures, the knowledge of the scriptures. God doesn't really talk much about technology. He's talking about, I'm going to give you the knowledge so you'll know what's happening. So the knowledge of the scriptures is being increased, and what's happening when the sin comes into play is you're seeing it everywhere. People are hearing the truth and rejecting it. And Joe's seeing that on his tour right now. They're hearing it and they're like, no, go away. We have it. And that's where, you have Revelation 3, Church of Laodicea. You should have bought robes from me. And you also see it in, I believe, the Proverbs chapter 1. Wisdom cries aloud in the street. And then finally, wisdom laughs at him. We know Jehovah's wisdom. In the end, he laughs at him and says, I'm not going to help you because I told you all day long. That's the turning point. As far as what we're talking about, you guys went a little beyond it, but I want to explain it to people. You have in Isaiah 61:10, there's robes of righteousness and there's a gown of salvation. 1 Corinthians 3:15, Paul's talking and explaining this, and he says, there's going to be some that are going to pass through the fire, that purification, and they're going to suffer loss, yet they'll be saved. They're going to come through it naked, but they're going to be saved. Those are the ones that have the gown of salvation, but they don't have the full robes of righteousness. They got the mercy. Christians say, I'm saved by grace. Really, a lot of them are saved by mercy. They knew well, they didn't know better. And that's the distinction there. And that's where it comes in tough for us because, we're called to judge angels. We're called to, when we're sitting in judgment, we'll have to answer these questions. And, and we'll have to at times just turn to Yeshua and say, I don't know, and that's what David does at times. When the sword came against him, he says, I don't know. He just put it on, it's in Samuel. He just put it back on him. So that's where they are. The scriptures, main one, Acts 17:30, 1 Corinthians 3:15, and Isaiah 61:10. I just repeated them for people online watch on YouTube. That's all.
Something else
Go
real
ahead.
quick. You think about the two witnesses in Revelation. One of them is talking to the other. He goes, when will, he's asking a question. Well, why doesn't he know? Why doesn't he know? He doesn't know. But you know what? He's one of the witnesses. Okay, so he doesn't know everything, and yet he's saved, and he's wearing his white robes of righteousness. So again, I would rather be in front of Jehovah than any other entity in the universe for that mercy, because I know he's merciful and gives grace where it's due. But he knows something none of us do. He knows your inner heart. That's right.
Yeah, and I think that's for Christians listeners. That's part of John 3:16. You'll hear a lot of people keep the Torah because we love Jehovah and we want to please him through acts of righteousness. But John 3:16, whoever loves him, He saves them, and he doesn't want anybody to perish. Very strongly paraphrased there because everyone knows that scripture. That's we got to remember, he doesn't want people to perish, and that's why he's telling people, here's how to live. And that people are hearing the message. He's telling them this is how to live. And that's why the two witnesses, they don't know that they're there, because he's giving as much time as he can so they can learn and they can be saved, because he doesn't want the destruction that has to come in his wrath.
So you're saying basically that the one that passes through the fire, all of his works are burned up, is someone who's not walking in Torah, but yet he gets through the fire and he himself is saved. That person right there, is that person meeting the criteria? We know that whomever is born of God does not sin. Is that person?
That's the person hanging on the cross next to Christ, and you just described him.
Right. So
it's a person that knew they screwed up.
Right. But all he did was repent. I mean, the guy might not even been circumcised. In other words, the one thing he did was repent. To me, that would be like a deathbed salvation, where he acknowledges.
He has faith. He's believing.
Right. He's believing, but he's confessing. He's doing the one simple thing, confess and believe. Now, did he do any of the Torah laws? No. The one thing he did that saved him was he
had a humble and contrite heart, which is what he'll look upon. That's all he had.
Right.
But we don't know that. He could have just he could have got caught sinning, and the sin that he led to was death. He could have kept Torah his whole life.
Yeah, he could have kept Torah his whole life.
We don't know that.
Yeah, and he could have read in the Torah where it says,
right,
well, if I steal food, I've not sinned. I'm going to have to pay it back if I get caught.
Right.
The Romans are like, you steal, we're killing you. But
Right.
he's like, I don't know if this is sin or not, but I really need the food.
And we really don't know if that thief is a Jew, a Gentile, because the Romans were equal opportunity crucifiers. They didn't care who you were. If they didn't like you and you broke their laws, you're on that tree, you're dying. So they pretty much crucified everyone that they could that came against their laws. So we don't know who this guy was. We don't know what he did, but the one thing he did right his entire life was, and I'm guessing he did it by the power of the Spirit. He basically said, you and I are guilty of what we did. This man is not guilty. How he knew that? It's got to be the Ruach. It's got to be the Spirit giving him this revelation. And basically, he says, "Will you see me? I remember me when you're in paradise." And Yeshua told him, and this is a big brouhaha. Where do you put the comma? I say to you, today you'll be with me in paradise, or I say to you, comma, today you'll be with me in paradise. That has created a rift in all kinds of denominations because of that one statement. So
that's an easy answer, though.
Yeah, I know, but a lot of people think, after for the body's present, Lord. And again, I'm not dogmatic about it, but there's all kinds of scriptures that counter each other. And that's why I think we need a revelation of the Spirit. But here it says, we know that whomever is born of God does not sin. If that's true, and someone is saved by the shed blood of Christ, and it's not based on your performance, like the thief on the tree or the thief on the cross with Yeshua, except for the fact that he repented, he didn't keep Torah. What does that say about someone who takes their own life?
But wait a minute, who gave the thief that heart? It didn't come of himself. It came
I think the leading, no one comes to the Son except by the Spirit. So to
exactly.
Right. The Ruach basically drew that man, and why he chose that man and not the other, but drew that man to Yeshua to know that he's the one person in the world to confess at the time that he's dying. To me, is a miracle that happened.
And just like you said, Eric, nothing is by chance. That was there for a reason.
Right. And I believe he did this during the light before the darkness came in. And once night came, there was nothing that happened. There was no confession after the eclipse at noon, which I'm sure had to do with Yeshua and everything was going on that day. But when I read this, I don't hear that you have to do Torah Not that I'm saying you shouldn't, so don't get me wrong with this. I'm saying the bare minimum is, are you born again? And are your sins from the past, present, and future covered when you acknowledge Yeshua as your Lord and Savior? At that point, have you gone from death to life? That's the question that I'm asking.
Yeah,
I'd say
I
yes,
give you
'cause it's a
the
walk.
answer is how much longer you live and what you do with that life. Because what happens with knowledge of the Torah, if people reject Torah, what they end up doing, the Bible says, transgression of the Torah is sin. That's New Testament.
Right.
So when they've decided I'm not going to do that, it's what you said earlier about, well, what if they learn about the Sabbath and they decide, well, my church teaches me to keep Sunday. Am I sinning keeping Sunday instead of the Sabbath?
Right.
Well, they know the commandment and they made a conscious choice that says, I'm going with what man says instead of what someone else says instead of what Jehovah said. That takes you back to Genesis chapters 1-3. That's the same issue as they decided to become gods themselves. They decided to make that judgment call themselves. And then they're walking a life of sin. And that's the problem is what is repentance? Well, repentance is turning. If they don't turn from it, then they're in struggle. Now, sometimes that, sin is a greater thing than the Sabbath. Sometimes, it leads them being arrested. If it's something that's like thievery, or it leads them to, worse, getting, to where it kills them. Yeah, those sins cost them their life. Now, do they have mercy? That's not for me to say. Honestly, it's not for me to say. But I do think there's a tipping point. I remember last week someone brought up, I'm trying to think, it's Ezekiel 14 or 18, where it mentions, if a man knows God and turns away, then he's lost. But if he doesn't know God in an older age, he learns of God and follows righteousness, then he's saved. And I think there's enough examples to tell us, don't argue the what ifs, go with what the tried and true thing says in the scripture. That's why I've been quiet, but that's why I spoke up and said, well, here's some scriptures for people to think about. You got to take it to that, because if you're just making your own decision, you're writing your own Bible, just to be blunt. And that's what the church has done. They've written their own Bible and they've taken pieces out they don't want. And they're like, oh, we can all agree on this. So it doesn't matter what we all agree on. Honestly, that's a lot of reasons why I keep my mouth shut a lot of times. It doesn't matter what we agree on. I don't like some of the stuff that's in scripture either, but I have to do it, and that's the big one. I think that's what people struggle with. I mean, if we're honest with ourselves.
Yeah. Speaking of reading scriptures, let's move on if we can. 2 John chapter 1, and then we can finish this stuff. We have, I believe, Shauna from Austin going to read it for us today.
Shauna, number 2.
Thank you.
Reading from the New American Standard. The elder to the chosen lady and her children, whom I love in truth, and not only I, but also all who know the truth. For the sake of the truth which abides in us and will be with us forever, grace, mercy, and peace will be with us from God the Father and from Jesus Christ, the Son of the Father, in truth and love. I was very glad to find some of your children walking in truth, just as we have received commandment to do from the Father. And now I ask you, lady, not as writing to you a new commandment, but the one which we have had from the beginning, that we love one another. And this is love, that we walk according to his commandments. This is the commandment, just as you have heard from the beginning, that you should walk in it. For many deceivers have gone out into the world, those who do not acknowledge Jesus Christ as coming in the flesh. This is the deceiver and the Antichrist. Watch yourselves, that you might not lose what we have accomplished, but that you may receive a full reward. Anyone who goes too far and does not abide in the teaching of Christ does not have God. The one who abides in the teaching, he has both the Father and the Son. If anyone comes to you and does not bring this teaching, Do not receive him into your house, and do not give him a greeting. For the one who gives him a greeting participates in his evil deeds. Having many things to write to you, I do not want to do so with paper and ink, but I hope to come to you and speak face to face, that your joy may be made full. The children of your chosen sister greet you.
Man, thank you, Shauna. So there's your
Exact-
answer. There's your answer from the beginning. Right there it is. So again, he winks at ignorance for a while. But then it's time to man up. We just need to do what it says. Again, I like what Mike says. I came from a denomination where we had to explain away more of the Bible than we actually could explain the Bible. So it was just, I'm just thankful for. Again, I'm gonna say it. I actually manned up and read it for myself. I took responsibility myself and said, you know what I've been living my whole life is wrong. I'm just saying that's where I'm at. That's what I did, and that's what I had to do because I believed in a God that had to send His Son because He made laws that nobody could make, nobody could keep. I mean, what kind of nonsense is that? But that's what I came out of. And I'm sorry if I'm upset, but I'm just telling you the words are there in the book for everybody. And the fact that they don't want to open it for themselves and they want to keep throwing whatever denomination excuse at you. That's where he says, kick the dust off. It's just time to let them go. Turn them over to a reprobate mind so Satan will get a hold of them. He's telling you to let Satan get a hold of them so they will be saved later. So are we willing to do that? Are you willing to get in their face, lose that friendship for a minute or not? I am. I'm willing to lose my family, which I have, but I'm okay with that because I'm going to trust that day coming where they were given over to Satan because that's what the scripture says for that day for them to be saved. So I apologize if I get a little emotional. I was born, raised in Pentecost. So I'm just telling you the spitting in the fire, that's all I know. So
100%.
We're told from the very beginning. So let's stop making excuses. The Torah is to be obeyed from the beginning. That's the whole point of this book. So enough with the excuses, in my opinion.
Yeah, it gets my goat when, not trying to get it riled up here, but when they sit there and tell you, oh, it's done away with, and they haven't even read an iota of the book.
None of it.
They have no idea. I'm dealing with some people recently that are in their 70s, late 70s, and they are theology majors, philosophy majors, whatever. And they know this book, at least they know it knowledge-wise. They don't know it in the heart. And they just back and forth. I can't believe there's a God like that. The God's like this, the God's like that. I'm like, you're making this up on your own. You're making your God under your own image. You're worshiping yourself. Oh, no, I'm not. I can, on and on and on. I'm like, dude, I'm a witness right here, either for or against you. I'm telling you, read your book. And if you reject it, then it's against you. You can either come on board and do what he says to do, or you can reject it. And now I'm a witness against you. I don't want to be a witness against you. But unfortunately, that's my job. That's why I'm here.
What you're both seeing is the distinction between, let's just take the sabbatical year, for instance. I could say to you, well, how do we keep the sabbatical year? That's a lot different than saying, oh, we don't have to keep the sabbatical year. There's a difference between reading the scriptures and discussing how do we keep these scriptures versus reading the scriptures and saying, well, those don't apply. And that's what I've seen happen a lot with people, and it messes with their head. And the moment they decide, you can't tell me that the Bible's not true, they start, all of a sudden they're at odds, and then they'll start growing themselves. But they have to go to that point. They have to want to, step out a little bit. And that's what you guys have done, I can tell.
Right. Just because I don't want to fight with my wife, or, oh, I missed that party with the fat red, with the reindeer last year and everybody hated me for it. Well, okay, everybody hate me for it, because it's there. The truth is there. The proof is there. This is easy. I mean, you see 5, 6, 7-year-old kids walking around with an iPhone, so don't tell me that the information's not there for somebody to do.
Exactly.
It
Yeah.
says that we're supposed to
Yeah.
talk about this when we wake up, throughout our day, when we go to sleep. I don't know anything else that we're supposed to talk about.
Well, it's what you guys mentioned a few minutes ago. You said you asked them, well, why do you do that? That's the big one. You gotta get people to have that conversation. If they can't have that conversation, they've been indoctrinated not to have it. And I've seen that so much. That's really the biggest hurdle I've dealt with people is they don't want to have the conversation of anything, and if they're willing to have that conversation, they can go a long way.
It's there. They just don't want it. Eric, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I was just a group that I study with on Friday mornings. They just started reading the book of Galatians. And what struck got my attention was where he says that I was zealous for the traditions of the elders. I think is how he said it. And I think that is what is the exact same thing that history is kind of repeating itself with God's people, where we become zealous for the traditions of men instead of being zealous for the word of God. And we want to, I would take it back to a huge church that came up a little bit after Yeshua was here, to where you're praying to saints, you're praying to Mary, you're confessing your sins to a priest. You're doing things that was never biblical in the past. And we basically were taking a pagan ritual, and we're trying to redeem it with the word of God. So instead of keeping the feast of the Lord, they started keeping these feasts that were pagan and trying to change them and redeem them. And God never told us to do that. So I see today where they're zealous for their traditions, the first day of the week, zealous for that tradition. They call it communion. That's not biblical. What Yeshua was doing wasn't necessarily doing communion, but yet that's what they call it. So there's a lot of things that we have done. We do holidays instead of holy days. So they're zealous for their traditions. And even Yeshua accused the Jewish people of, you have replaced my commandments with your traditions. Why have you done that? And we are guilty of the exact same thing that the Jewish people did in the times that Yeshua was on the earth. So history is repeating itself, and it's difficult to tell someone that they look at his law as a curse. And to me, I look at God's law as a blessing. Now, if you disobey it, you may have a problem. There may be a curse that's going to come after you, or that sin will seek you out. It talks about that. But if sin is seeking you out, the purpose of it is to correct you, to get get you back into the straight and narrow, into the narrow way. So if God is disciplining you, his discipline is always the appropriate amount at the appropriate time to try and get you back on the path again of righteousness. But a lot of people associate the curse with God's law. I had someone tell me one time that Paul called the law of God dung. I was saying, no, that's not what Paul said. He wasn't calling the law of God dung. He was saying his accomplishments as compared to Christ crucified is dung. Everything he had accomplished as compared to what Christ did for us on the tree is dung. And it's like, that's what they hear. It says in the scriptures that he came to do away with the curse of the law. And they think what he's doing to do away with the curse of the law is he's doing away with the law. Except it's not the law that's caused, that is the curse. The law brings the curse, but it's bringing a curse upon you to correct you back to the righteous way. And that's where they've conflated the two. They associate the law of God as with a curse, and then they turn around and say, well, the Jews were trying to walk in the law to earn or keep their salvation, and that's not true either. So when you are coming against these people that don't believe the way we do, you're coming against a mindset that has been in the earth for almost 2,000 years now. So it's going to take a little bit to try and break that brain conditioning, just like someone's being brainwashed. It takes a little while to get through that. So that's what I just want to bring that up. That's why we have such a, when you start talking about walking in the Torah, you're stepping on a lot of people's toes. And I'm talking about a lot of denominations out there that don't like that. So.
No. That's my job, so I'm gonna do it now. So, because that's what I'm told to do.
Well, no, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying sometimes you can do it. Like a lot of times I just pose a question, and eventually if you pose a question to the point to where they can't answer it, then at that point, then they realize that their viewpoint may not be wrong or may not be right. And they have to deal with the fact that they can't answer that. Like I've had people say, I had this girl one time say, she got up there and she says, anyone that keeps the law of God is in bondage. They've placed themselves in bondage. And she kept saying that. About the third time, I prayed to the Lord and I said, Lord, okay, what do I say to her out in front of everyone in the class? Because she was leading the class. I said, I don't want to embarrass her, but I want to ask the question to where it makes the point that everyone else can see that you keeping the law doesn't put you in bondage. It actually keeps you free, because when you break the law, that's what puts you in bondage. And so immediate answer. So I kind of raised my hand and I asked her, I said, well, I got a question for you. Do you believe that Yeshua kept all the law? And she said, yeah. I said, who put him in bondage? And there was no answer. So that to me is, I think you don't want to necessarily embarrass them, and you don't want to call them out on it or say something that's demeaning to them. But I think a lot of times when you ask a question in a certain way and they can't answer that, it makes the point you're trying to make. So anyways.
Right on. Thank you, guys. Anything else on 2 John 1? What I've seen is one more. I like verse 7 where it says, because many who are leading astray went out into the world who do not confess Yeshua Messiah as coming in the flesh. Okay, what does that mean? Yeshua Messiah coming in the flesh. We understand that the word was made flesh. So we understand that Yeshua is the word. And who is the word? In the beginning was the word, which was Yehovah. So I just thank Yehovah for Yeshua when he was here in the flesh, for dying for me, for showing me what I'm supposed to do and doing it in a loving way. So it just follows up with Isaiah 43:10. He says, you are my witnesses, declares Yehovah. So that means this is Yehovah saying this. And my servant whom I have chosen, so that you know and believe me. He's telling you to listen to him. He's telling you to believe exactly what he is saying here. And understand that I am he. He just said it right there. He sent himself. Before me, there was no El formed, nor after me is there none. That ought to tell you straight there. There is only one God, not 2, 3, 4, 7, 12. One, there's only one God. So praise his name for telling us from the beginning, so we will not be led astray by all these others out in the world who do not want to confess him, that believe there's another God that's made up out there. I'm going to say it again. There's another God that's made up out there who says, you ain't got to do nothing. I did it all for you. Happy go lucky, baby. Well, I only know one small God who ever said that, ever. And his name ain't Yeshua. It's Satan. He's the one who says, do whatever you want because whatever, that's your excuse. So there's your parallel between these gods who wants to say you're able to do stuff. And when you're not able to do stuff, read your scriptures. I'm just telling you, men, man up, read your scriptures. And this is what we're doing. This is Midrash. This is stuff that blows my mind why I love this group so much, because I didn't get this nowhere in church, nowhere. One man said what you're supposed to know, and that's it. And if you didn't like it, you didn't like what he says, you were out the door. Right? So I love you guys. This is what it's all about. We are not a church. We are an assembly. We are brethren. And thank you for being my brethren. Thank you, sir.
Randy brother.
Amen.
What was the address of that scripture you just quoted?
Isaiah 43:10.
Isaiah 43:10. Okay. Might be one to remember.
It shuts down all multi-God denomination teaching right there. He tells you the servant that I'm going to choose to send is me. There's no other God, none before, none after. Plain and simple.
I guess since we're talking about 2 John, it says it right there in 2 John. You quoted it. For many deceive in verse 7, 2 John verse 7.
Yep.
For many deceivers have gone out into the world who do not confess Jesus Christ as coming in the flesh. Well, what does that mean? We should maybe quickly look that up in the Hebrew or in the Greek. We got to go to the Greek. Jesus Christ. What does that mean? It says it. If you chase it back to the Hebrew, it connects exactly, it shows what we believe here.
Amen.
Because it's the one word, Christ, is the Messiah, anointed, I believe. And Jesus, I know that one's Greek 24:24. Of Hebrew origin, Hebrew 3091. Jesus, that is Yahushua, the name of our Lord, and 2 or 3 other Israelites. Jesus. Well, what's this H3091? What's that?
It won't let me do that part. Sorry.
There's a reference there, so you'll have to. Well, it's in my Strong's Concordance, the paper version, Hebrew 3091. 3091. Right there. Yod He Vav Shin Vav Ayin Yahoshua, or Yod He Vav Shin Ayin Yahoshua, from 3068 and 3467. Jehovah saved. It's a combination of those two words, 3068 and 3467. So 3068, go over there. Yod He Vav He, Yehovah, from 1961, the self-existence or eternal, Yehovah, Jewish national name of God, Yehovah the Lord.
I believe the word Jesus does not have any meaning. His name is Yeshua, or
Yes,
not
Yahushua,
Jesus.
Yeshua, Yahushua.
Yeshua, yeah.
And what's it mean to confess? Now that you're confessing him in the flesh, what does it mean? You're making a covenant. You're acknowledging that he is God Almighty and that you need a savior, which is him, who's going to forgive your sins and let you live forever with him. That's what confess means. It's just not, no, it's you're making a deal. Hey, you get me out of this, right? Didn't we study vows not too long ago? Hey, you help me get out of here. I promise to serve you the rest of my, well, you better be good on your vow. What we learned about that the other day. So, amen, amen. Anything else, Kurt?
Oh, you could go down this rabbit trail further even, but that's the bottom line.
Yeah, let's wrap this baby up.
Jesus Christ is Jehovah.
Amen.
He said it himself. There could be a whole teaching based on that alone, and you could go on for hours probably.
Amen, amen.
But and like you say, this is not a church. This is a mikvah. I call it a mikvah. That's what I saw at the start. It was a gathering that Jehovah did with his own hands. It wasn't us that put this together. It wasn't us. Joe didn't want to do it. And here we are. Almost 3 years later, headed for 3 years later.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm a little embarrassed the first week. I'm like, you want to do what? Gee, I don't know if you guys remember that. I was like, no way, no way. But it's worked out well.
It's been great.
I can't even remember how it started, but I'm thankful that it did.
It's been great.
Thank you.
Eric, you still have your hand up, buddy, or just
Yeah, I was.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to read something to you that really confuses a lot of people, that if they don't have the right mindset, they don't know how to take it. But in Romans 2:12, it says, "For as many as have sinned without law will also perish without law. And as many as have sinned in the law will be judged by the law. For not the hearers of the law are just in the sight of God, but the doers of the law will be justified." So it says, "For when Gentiles who do not have the law by nature do the things in the law, these, although not having a law, are a law to themselves, and who show the work of the law written in their hearts, their conscience also bearing witness in between themselves, their thoughts accusing or else excusing them, in the day when God will judge the secrets of men by Yeshua according to my gospel." So people have a real hard time with that. For as many as have sinned without law will perish without law. That sets up a conundrum that they can't a lot of times answer what this is saying. So
But that's why Peter warned us about Paul. And that's why
Yeah.
Jehovah left it in the scriptures, because
Right.
just for that reason right there. If you're
Untrained.
confused, you better not,
Yep.
you better not, base your denomination on something confusing, because it's going to fail.
Well, don't base your denomination on the teachings of Paul, because a lot of people don't follow Yeshua. They follow what they think Paul is saying.
Even
That's
though Paul
the
says,
problem.
"Follow me as I follow Messiah."
Right.
But
Right.
then-
They pick and choose what Paul says
You're
that fits their denominational viewpoint. Yeah, that's it.
Outstanding. Anybody else? All right, all right. I thank y'all for a wonderful, wonderful day. Shane, can you close us out, brother?
Yes, sir. Father Jehovah, we just thank you so much for this beautiful Shabbat. With this family that we have here, we're all brought here for a reason, and that was to seek truth and get truth. Thank you so much for just the volunteers and the readers and the music and the prayers today. Thank you for making this Shabbat very special. And thank you for all the brethren that we need to, that we know, but we need to really be praying for, to seek the truth that we have seen. Our heart hurts for them. And Father, we just give it to you to lead them here, Father. Lead them to truth. And continue to pray for Joe on his journey of spreading the warning of what's coming. And just keep him safe. And we just want to have everybody have a great week. And thank you in Yeshua's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, brother. Thank you, everybody, for being with us today. Go to sightedmoon.com. That is the website here. There is so much information there. I tell you, I spent at least the first year just reading the newsletters. We have a leader here, Joe. You also saw at the beginning of the teaching here, who he had to go. Has put a ton of work in there, and there's so much good information. If you have any question, just Google something and it'll throw up 5 or 6 teachings for you. I am encouraging you to go there. There's also a plethora of videos there that is just awesome information that I learned a ton from as well while I was there. Those are where you can stop, rewind, do it until you get it. So it's just beautiful. On this video, if you will, when it's all said and done, like it and comment for us so you help us out in the long run with YouTube and all that fun stuff. And what we want to do is look forward to seeing all y'all next week. So just like Shane prayed so awesomely for us, Joe is still on the move, and I want to meet with him. Hopefully I get to spend the last half of his stuff up in Kentucky and Tennessee and all that. So hopefully I get to make it up there with him. So y'all pray for me as well that my schedule can open, because I just like being there with him to help encourage him. You know, it's always fun doing this with somebody else and not by yourself kind of thing. So I guess that's why he sent us out in twos instead of solos, right? So we had somebody there to, hey, pat us on the back or kick us in the butt if that's what we needed. So.
Well, he needs a bodyguard too, anyway.
And he needs a bodyguard. So, so anyway, I absolutely love y'all. And again, thank you for sticking with the rules and not going down the rabbit trails, because that's what makes this place. And that's what makes me keep wanting to come back to this place, because we are here to learn Torah and Jehovah. And I just love every single one of y'all for it. So my hat's off to you. Everybody have a great week. Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
Shabbat Shalom.